Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing today? Hope you're all doing well out there. Hope you are having a fantastic Saturday. The 9th of November, Saturday, the 9th of November. Hope you're ready for some more Anbennar today, because that's what we're doing. We're getting back to our Kheteratan run, but we have some very important yapping to do today. All right, very important. We have some penguin news. We have some Tinto maps to go over, lots and lots of stuff to do. So that's what we're going to be up to. And no, it's actual penguin news, like real world penguin news. Very, very important. It's not about me. It's not about U5. None of that unimportant stuff. Real penguin news. We have a Pesto update. That's right. We have a Pesto the Penguin update. Very important for us to go over. But first, hello, PLP, Specs Marina, Archer's App, Scottish, Call Me Scythian, Mark of Bark, Matt, and Retro G. Hope you're all doing well today. I hope you guys' day yesterday was really good as well. I know there was no stream, but just had some stuff going on. But today, we're back. We're good. But yes, let us jump straight into the news. Breaking news brought to you by Poe Mew. We need to talk about Pesto the Penguin. All right, Pesto the Penguin is a big boy from down under in the nation of Australia. All right, this is Pesto right here. As you can see, massive boy. This is Pesto's dad. And Pesto's dad is the largest penguin at the aquarium. And then Pesto is going to be bigger, okay? Massive boy. Now, this is Pesto like a month or so ago. Okay, maybe a little more. And this is Pesto now. Look at him. He is molting. Look at this. The style. It looks like he's got a scarf on. He's getting his waterproof feathers. He is becoming a full emperor penguin. A full big boy. Now, we don't know if he's actually one of the boys yet, okay? There's going to be a gender reveal for Pesto in September, because you can't tell when they're chicks, okay? So we have that to look forward to, which, you know, is a while away. It's a while away. Oh no, they hosted it. Sorry, they hosted it. My bad. I misread this. I'm very bad. I can't read. I was too excited about Pesto. So he is one of the boys. Huge. But our boy's growing up. He's growing up. The awkward teenage phase when you hit the thrift store for drip. What do you mean awkward? He looks fantastic. He looks great. Look at him. He's posing for the camera. He is looking fantastic. Look, this is what he was like. And now, boom. So he's going to have his waterproof feathers on soon. And that means he's going to start swimming soon. So proud of our boy Pesto down under Australia. You're doing a good job of keeping him alive. And raising him up. I just wanted to let you all know this today because I don't see enough of it in the news. Apparently there's some like other stuff going on right now. None of it matters though compared to Pesto. And I just wanted to make sure that you are all up to date on Pesto lore. But other than that, we also have some Tinto talks to go over. There's a Tinto map for us to talk about. Not connected to penguins at all. It is Southeast Asia. So this is what Southeast Asia is going to look like. We're switching over from Pesto to EU5 stuff, talking about it. My initial reaction when I see this map is that this coloring in here is not great. Like, it's a lot of this kind of like, I'll say gross green color. I don't like this coloring at all. And I definitely don't like it with Yuan being up here. It kind of just looks like one extended blob. Mike is peeking a bit. Is it peeking a bit? Okay, well, hold on. I can fix that. And I can turn it down a bit. We'll see if that works. It is a nice Khmer, yes, but I wish the color was a little bit different. Like this in here is good. You could tell different countries, but here, I mean, maybe these are all subjects and that's why? Question mark. But yeah, I don't know. So, quite a variety of countries in the area. Regional power in the decades of 1337 was the Khmer Empire, although at this point they're already in decline and have lost much of their previous hegemony. On the west, the fall of the Burmese Pagan kingdom and the following Mongol invasions gave rise to the disunited kingdoms of Pinya, Sagang, and Prom and Tungu. While in the south, the Mon kingdom of Hanthawadi, also known as Pegu, also split apart. On the center, the decline of the old Lavo kingdom and its subjugation to the Khmer gave way to the emergence of the kingdom of Sukhothai, when Khmer started its decline too, and Sukhothai is emerging as the dominant Thai kingdom in the area. However, Ayodhya is already gestating the rise of another great kingdom, as King Rema Thibodi, the founder of the Ayutthaya kingdom, is already poised to gain power in the region. On the east coast, the kingdom of Dai Viet is under the orbit of Yuan, with constant conflict with the southern Hindu kingdom of Champa. We have lots of movement in the area, kingdoms rising and falling as they tend to do. Yeah, I mean, again, the map colors are the only thing that I really have a problem with. The rest of it is looking pretty good. Societies of pops. Lots of societies of pops in this area. Region is very rich in societies of pops, which will make it definitely an interesting area. Yeah, I mean, there definitely are a lot of them. I guess I can close all the penguin tabs. Let's see here. We have the Wa people, it looks like Honey people, the Meow people, the Khmu people, the Kui people. I mean, there's a whole bunch. Brew. This is really tall. All over the place. I mean, it's interesting, for sure. Zo people. Naga people? The lizards. They've infiltrated. Lizards are controlling people in Southeast Asia. Confirmed. Confirmed. They're here. The Mew people? Where are the Mew people? Am I being blind? I'm not seeing the Mew people. Are you saying there should be Mew people? Still unsure how relevant the societies of Pop will be. Yeah, I don't know. But like, I hope that they create a lot of conflict. It was similar on top of Meow. Oh, like Mew Meow. Okay, gotcha. I was like, there's a Mew people? Where? All right. And then we have dynasties. I mean, doesn't really mean much to me. But here are the dynasties if you're interested. I mean, I recognize some of the names, right? Like Hissenweed, that's a tag in EU4. Champa is the name of the nation as well. Hispa, another one that's a nation in EU4. Kentung, I think there's a nation that's like that named around this area, I think. But yeah, you know, there's a bunch of people here. Okay, locations. I'm not gonna lie, this map mode is kind of hard to read. I don't know what it is. Actually, I do know what it is. I think part of the reason why when I look at this, I kind of go, is this discoloration in the center. And then it goes to more solid outside. I just feel like it kind of makes it harder for me to look at. Like, I don't like this map mode. I don't like looking at it. It just like, it hurts my eyes. It's a lot of colors. And I feel like it's kind of difficult to parse what is what. Like, my brain just kind of like shuts off. It's like, yes, colors. You always play your home region as your first campaign in map games. I mean, that's fair. I don't blame you for that. Seems to be pretty normal. Most map games for me, though, not really an option. not really not a lot of content around there. Provinces. I mean, as we know, there's the provinces here are like the size of provinces in EU4, but locations are the new provinces. So there definitely seems to be a lot more locations in Southeast Asia compared to how it is in the base game. I mean, just look here again at the peninsula. This isthmus, is that the right word? Whatever this is. Well, technically, I guess it is a peninsula because you go all the way down, but whatever. There is a lot more locations when This is what it looks like in EU4 down here. So I'd love to see that detail. It's great. We'll love it. Have you missed the huge penguin news? You have. It's an update on Pesto the penguin. Pesto the penguin is molting, and he looks like he has a cool scarf now. Remember I had the same peninsula question? What do you mean? This is a peninsula for sure, because it goes down into the end of Malaya. It is a peninsula, but this little part in here, I mean, it is a peninsula, but it feels weird to call this part of the peninsula. I don't know why. My brain's just like, I don't know. A bit closer. Oh, wait, do we have the spoiler for locations? Ah, we do. Okay. Why does this feel more readable? Because it's different. Right? Is this different than this? It feels like it. Like this seems more colored in. Than this. I mean, it's definitely zoomed in a bit more, but it feels like it's, yeah, look. This is all, they're all like solid colors. I mean, the outside bit is a bit darker than the inside, but it doesn't have that fading out feeling like these do. I like this more. This is much easier to read. Much easier to read. Ooh, I like these provinces. These provinces are cool. I'm crazy? I mean, that's probably true. Hey, Edelbeck, how you doing? Oh, terrible? Really? You don't like this? What would you rather it be? I mean, the good news is that this would be an easy thing to mod, I would assume, right? To have different kind of looks for provinces, locations. I said it doesn't let you read it in general. Yeah, I mean, you know, it is a bit small for reading the province names. Okay, then we go to the provinces instead of locations. I mean, yeah. See, there's no way that this is the same thing as this. But maybe it's just because we're more zoomed in. That might just be it. I don't know. Make a map game which has maps that don't look like a map. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair feedback. But this isn't the political map mode, right? But even then, I don't know. I kind of like maps looking like maps. But you do need to have like color distinction so you can tell different countries and locations and provinces apart. Then here are the areas. Why is it green? Why is there so much green, man? There's too much green in this area. Too much green. That's my feedback. It's very green. Currently the name of the sea encroaches too much into the land. This will be fixed, but the blue area that gets underneath the name is Chao Phraya. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a bit of a problem. Terrain. Lots of mountains into flatlands. Well, there you go. Apparently, you get mountains, then boom, it's just flat forever. You have some wetlands here in the south. Some up here, too, where Pegu is. And it seems those hills and mountains, they do kind of travel down a bit. And if we look here, so the mountains and hills kind of extend down on the western side of the isthmus to the peninsula, whatever it is. If we go back up to the Societies of Pops... yeah, they kind of follow it a little bit. The Karenni people. Like the Brew people, they follow the mountains. So it seems that those Societies of Pops are in areas that are going to be difficult for us to control, which makes sense. What is it? Okay, lots of jungle. Yeah, so there's like... wait, are there jungle mountains? Okay, so there's jungle mountains. I feel like it's going to be a pain in the ass to get control in this area. Who knew? Who knew? Southeast Asia, not the easiest place to get control over. But there is a little bit of farmland A little bit farmland, a little bit of grassland, lots of forests, lots of jungle. Lumber is going to be in high production. High production. And then it's pretty much all tropical or subtropical with a little bit of arid in it, which fair enough, I guess. Oh, we have the tiniest bit of continental right here. Just a tiny little bit of continental. And then a little bit of subtropical in here. I'm guessing this is along the hills and mountains. Is that it kind of raises it out above the tropical. Which, fair enough. Tokamak, thank you for the 18 months. Hello. Did you miss the penguin news? You did. I will go over it again before we start gaming, though. For everybody that's coming in later. Because the penguin news is the most important part of the stream today. Black borders on green with black font. Yeah, it's very green. Very green. Development. Not as developed as India or China, but the main centers of power like Angkor, Pagan, and Sukhothai are all a bit more developed. Yeah, that's definitely true. Definitely true. There's a pretty big lack of development in this area here, which is interesting because this is at like the very edge of the mountains and then turns into flatlands. But I guess there's not as much focus on it. But yeah, we do have some little spots of high development. And then honestly, a lot of the Khmer Empire is not too bad. I mean, obviously compared to China or India, it's underdeveloped, but I mean, the whole damn world is like that. This is all like a solid yellow. Now, we don't actually know what this means. Like, is this 5 development? Is this 10 development? I don't know, but whatever it is, it seems to be somewhat decent. Mountain jungles aren't developed? Who would have guessed? Yeah, who would have guessed that mountain jungles are not as developed as, say, flat farmlands? Who knew? Also, I feel like the music's a little loud. Am I crazy here? Am I crazy here? I'm trying to find the sound. Yeah, bring it down a bit. Very difficult areas to develop. Mountainous terrain and very low literacy rates. Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, like, we just don't know what development means in this case. Like, we know that this more brown is less developed, more green, more developed, but beyond that, we don't know the actual levels. Next, you'll tell me that mountain deserts are developed. No. Natural harbors. Okay, not a great area for natural harbors, but the natural harbors that do exist are pretty good. Right? You've got one up here, which we can't read the names, but I don't really care. That is a fantastic natural harbor. The one in Ayutthaya, also fantastic. We have 2 other ones down here on the southern part of whatever this is. Is this a peninsula too? At what point is a peninsula not a peninsula? Like, is this a peninsula here? Is this whole thing a peninsula? Like, this is a peninsula, but this is an isthmus into a peninsula. A lot of geography questions today. And then we have a really good port up here in Dai Viet as well, with a couple other decent ones. But most of these are pretty bad ports. So you're really going to have to focus down on making your super good ports super good, because you're not going to get carried by the rest of them. Cultures. Very divided, but I'm not seeing a lot of lines. Southern areas haven't had their minorities done yet. Okay. I figured as much. Be a little weird. A little weird for such cultural hegemony in all these areas. Now, what's interesting is there is brew culture, but there's also brew societies of pops. What's the difference? Like, I guess societies of pops are more like countries that don't have borders, right? And then this is like an actual people that have culture. I don't know. But okay. That is fine. I do not know enough about that to comment, but I mean, it looks good to me. Looks fine. Languages. In addition, from this week one, we have a new map that shows the languages. Keep in mind that this area hasn't had any language families or dialects done yet. There is a bit of a grouping. Okay, so this is just like the basic level of where the languages are spoken. Thai is, I will say, oddly spread out. And I'm assuming that's because they don't have the dialects in yet. But even then, I find it kind of weird that, it goes all the way down the isthmus and then all the way up into southern China as well. They even have a little bit in Nepal. So, it's kind of cool. But I wonder what the dialects will do to change this up. Burmese is obviously pretty centralized. You can follow, though, the language down to here, which is where that Society of Pop goes. This here has no language. Or no language group, at least. And then you have Mon, which is in this area, which is fine. Khmer, and then Champa, whatever it is doing good over here. Vietnamese in this area. Okay. Religions. Again, keep in mind the minorities are not done, so there'll be a lot more variation added inside the Theravada block, as there has to still be quite a bit of Hinduism presence in Khmer. Its conversion from Hinduism to Buddhism at that point was one of the causes of its decline. L. And quite a bit more Tatsana Phi among the Thai peoples. Okay. Yeah, look at this, though. Around the border with China, there is a bunch of religious division. And I wonder if it's going to be as divided down here. I mean, even in this area, it's pretty spread out. But yeah, I don't know if it's going to be quite like this, but I expect there to be lots of lines. Again, the fact that it's jungles and there's mountains, I just feel like it'd be really difficult to have a very united country in this area. United in the sense of culture and language and religion, which I think would make it interesting to play in this region. Compared to something like Europe, where, you might have some cultural differences, but religion-wise, you got only a couple of options, Only got a couple. Raw materials. You'd never guess it. Lots of lumber. Lots of lumber coming out of the forests and jungles. Seeing a bit of rice, though. A bit of tea. There's some amber up in here. Some dyes as well. Salt and fish. Pearls. Gems. Sugar. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of sugar up here in China, too. But for this region, I'm only seeing this one sugar down here. Could be missing, though. Give him some wild game. Some alum, so you can get some aluminum. There is some silk. Couple of places for silk, incense, some lead mines as well. Just interesting stuff. One thing I'd like to know, and I don't know how I would know until we play the game, is how useful is trade? Such as, how useful is trade for getting access to resources? Is it going to be something where the AI actually effectively builds resources, or is it going to be more like Vic 3, where I can't possibly depend on the AI to build things, and I just need to conquer them and build it myself? Ooh, there's also some elephants, by the way. Like, if I'm playing Khmer and I want lead for something, can I actually effectively buy the lead from these nations, or do I just need to go conquer them so I can invest into it? I really hope that the AI somehow can recognize that it can make money if it builds resources. I don't know how that would do. There's also coal. It's like the only thing of coal in this whole area. So that's gonna be a pretty valuable province. There's also copper here. Same thing. Like the only source of copper. There's another one up here. No, that's sulfur. So that's also... These sulfur provinces, the copper, the metal, iron, tin, these can be really good spots. I would assume really good spots that you're definitely going to want to control for your military goods. Oh, there's a closer look. Oh, see, this is different. It's got to be different. I like this more than when I'm looking at it from a distance. We do have lots of amber, as we said. Lots of wild game in here. some marble. Rice, stone, just so much lumber though. So much lumber. Decent amount of wheat too. Cotton. Medicaments. Lambert's favorite. Fruit. Good. It looks like there's a pretty diverse resources around here. I hope they bring back the icons for trade goods. That's a good point. Yeah, I agree. I hope there is like a trade good map mode where I don't have to read the names and it just gives me an icon. Because sometimes the names can be a little bit hard to read, you know? But at the same time, like the provinces are so small, the icons might just be hard to see as well. Fiber crops and tea color are too close together. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Those are pretty similar. Soybeans are really dark. I think one of the problems I have with this map mode is that it's really hard to read this black text on the darker colors. Like soybeans, really hard to read. Iron can be hard to read at a glance. But things like lead, you know, it's fine. Even though this L is outside the province, but it's not a huge deal. But like fiber crops even is a little bit difficult to read. And then when you get provinces of this size with wild game, like I cannot read that. I know it's wild game because I know the color, but like I can't read wild here. So it'd be nice if there was an icon replacement. Coal, again, that's hard to read at a glance. And like, yes, if I sit there and I look at it, yeah, I can read that it's coal, but I want to be able to just glance, see it, and then move on. A toggle. Oh, like a toggle for if it's an icon or the name of it. Yeah, that's not bad. Not a bad idea. Then we have everything down here. Some sand. It's just lots of lumber. Just shit ton of lumber. Need a white outline around the black text. Yeah, that could work. That could work. I do wonder how it would look on like gems though, right? Or incense or sugar, like or salt. Like would it look kind of weird if it's a white outline on a white or more white map icon? But that's the feedback is that the darker colors it's a little bit hard to read, and the longer names a little bit hard to read. Quite various resources, although dominated mainly by lumber and rice. The commerce is dominated by those countries benefiting from sea trade routes, but the emergence of a strong Ayutthaya kingdom in the middle will for sure cause a change in the balance of powers. Okay, so we've got a couple of markets here. We have the Thang Long market, which is controlled by Dai Viet. We have the Martaban, which is controlled by someone. Who is that? Hanthawadi. We have the Vijaya market, which is controlled by Champa. Interesting. So Khmer doesn't even control the market that they're in. But as I said, it's because these people have access to the coast. And if you look in the middle here, there's not really any market access to the interior. Right? Like, I guess the jungles in the... Well, this is all pretty much flatland down here. But the jungles really do quite the number on getting control over market areas. If I outline a black text there actually on the trade areas, that's true. They do. Maybe they should try that out on the trade goods. That might be a decent idea. Okay. And then population. 1.7 million in Khmer, 1.2 million in Hawathati, 846,000 in Dai Viet, 825,000 in this nation here, which is pretty significant. That's a lot of people. For, you know, compared to like Hawathati, which is bigger and on the coast, but lots of people, obviously. Very high population area. Spoiler pop distribution. Oh, this is like by province. Oh. Okay. Well. That's cool. I don't... Like, yeah, alright. Sure. Khmer is still the most populated, but other countries around don't fall that far behind, especially when they manage to unify their areas a bit. There's also a couple locations appearing as 0. It's a bug that will have to be fixed. All for next week, or this week. Next week, we will set sail to look at the maritime part of Southeast Asia, but taking a look at the archipelago of Indonesia, including the Philippines. All right, cool. Next week's Tinto Map is the Philippines and Indonesia. And then, do we have any developer responses to look at here? We're going to detail feedback for Upper Burma and Shan states. Basically, once finished, got snippets of the region and the India and China map. How do you do with locations that have identical names? If they're relatively close, there should not be 2 locations with the same name. Some kind of variation of it would be needed. I've been modifying. When assigning dynasties to a country, do they need a specific ruler, or could I just say this country had this dynasty, but I can't say who specifically ruled it in 1337? It's fine if no ruler is known. We also encounter this issue in some places. Okay. What unique content the regional area gets. You can safely say there is unique content for those countries. I'm assuming he means like the big countries in the area. So Rising Ayutthaya, Khmer, Dai Viet, Champa probably, and then Hawatthadi, aka Pegu. And then probably the big Burmese tag, I would hope would also have content at the start. I would really love to see, like, I know that they're going to focus mostly on Europe for opening content, but I'd like to see at least the major powers in each region have content at game release. That would be my expectation of what I would like to see. Will the operation of Chinese tributaries be the same as in EU4? Will there be border territory restrictions to create new tributaries diplomatically? System for Chinese emperor is completely different. That's good. I think we really need to change color of yuan. There's too much green in Asia. Yes, true. We see it in India, China, Indochina, not to mention Khmer. It's difficult to tell the difference between tributaries and independent countries, which are almost the same color. Not happy with yuan's current color either. Oh, I haven't... Hold on. I haven't re-logged in on this since I reinstalled Windows. Okay. Go back down. I want to heart that. Yes. Yes. Less green. Less green. Less green. What is that bird that can't fly? Is it even a real bird? You take that back right now. You take that back right now. I will accept no bird racism in my stream. Okay? There are birds that cannot fly, and they are just as valid as other birds. All right? You get that through your tiny little brain, okay? Penguins, real bird. Ostriches, real bird. Emus, the enemy, but still a real bird. All right? Cannot believe you come in here and you spew such bile in my chat. Hello, Emiguman. Birds all taste delicious, flight or no? That's probably true. Penguins are the best bird. They are. They're the best bird. Other than maybe cardinals? Well, obviously I like penguins more, but cardinals are really pretty birds. Really pretty. And hawks are just cool. You know? But penguins are the best. I mean, you just look at them and you're like, yeah. Do I need any more evidence? Just look at them. The cassowary wants to know your location. I do everything in my power to ensure that cassowaries have no idea where I am. Those dinosaurs are not allowed near me ever. Okay? I see one, and if I have a gun, which is, almost never, it's on sight. But if I don't have a gun, I'm going to try to hide. It's going to be exactly like Jurassic Park, and I'm going to pray that they are not as clever as a velociraptor, okay? There are not many animals that I have total fear of. Cassowaries are on that list. Kiwi is really strong contender for best bird. That's true. Kiwis are very cute. If the penguin was a good bird, it would be able to fly. You're wrong, and you're racist, and you have a tiny brain. I will defend penguins, always. American with no gun, elf confirmed. Wait. How does that work? American plus no gun, elf. Okay. Yeah, man. Yeah. Chicken is the best bird. It has a dinosaur soul. Well, it definitely tastes good. Okay. Would it be better named location? Southeast Asia has so many religions, while China only has Mahayana. Is this too absurd? China also has a lot of religions in it. Yuan Khmer and Delhi sharing a very similar tone of light green is a very big problem. Correct. It's hard to determine whose vassals are the intermediary states are. For example, if I didn't already know who those vassals are, the two Vietnamese polities were, I'd have no way of telling on the map if they were Yuan or Khmer tributaries. Yuan colors must definitely going to change. I'm a big believer in making them red. Bright red. Just send it, okay? Well, maybe not like bright red. What would be a good dark red colors? Would be... Well, I mean, come on. We already know what color it's got to be, right? We already know. Hold on. Wait, pause for the bit. We already know. It's gotta be Chinese Communist Party red. Gotta be Ultra Revolution Chinese Communist Party red. Say what you want about ideology, blah, 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 blah. But this red right here goes hard. Okay? It's a good red color, and that's what I think Yuan should be. It needs to be a darker red, but it should be very bold, and you should be able to look at it and be like, yeah, that's China. Why aren't you on deep blue? I don't know. Neon blue. Okay, well, that is a take for sure. Have you heard a kiwi though? That's some kind of demon. You know what I heard today? I went to the store, okay, and there was a lady laughing, and I don't want to make fun of someone's laugh. But I swear to you, League players, if you're not a League player, which I am not, but I know some about it, you won't understand. You know the fiddlestick suck sound, right? When he like screams, when he attacks in the jungle and he like sucks the souls out of the little minion dudes. It sounded bar for bar exactly like that. And I was so confused and terrified for just a moment. I was like, why do I hear League of Legends in this store? Wild. Absolutely wild. Just thought I'd want to tell you guys that. Prepare some question. Is Dive yet an empire? If yes, why isn't the word empire on the map? It currently doesn't have a specific rank defined. It defaults to Dutch, but that's obviously not how it's going to be. The whole name doesn't appear because of size. Is Dive yet a vassal if you want or just a tributary? They are a tributary. Is there a unique mechanic or events regarding the Nam Tien? Dive yet have unique content. You can't go into detail on what? Okay, well, that's good. It's because she is Fiddlesticks? Oh no. Don't accept someone's laugh for to make fun of her laugh. Look. No, I wasn't making fun of her. Okay, I just needed to tell someone. She was gonna ult. No. That's not where I want to die, in the store. Are you kidding me? Should have been mentioned in the past that Shan states belief there about Buddhism began in the 16th century, at least since Bayan conquered them. Okay, there are too many green countries. That's true. Make the color of Great Yuan blue and Great Ming red, which is opposed to Yuan. Personally inclined on making Yuan blue. Oh, no, dude. No. I mean, blue is my favorite color, but like, come on. You got to make China red. It's so Jover. It's Jover, red believers. Zero quest around Bangkok. There are 6, almost 7 locations with over 100,000 population for a total around 1 million. Will more locations be added there? If not, how do you make sure the game balance is similar to regions with population densities but way more locations, hence avoiding these huge locations at game start, exceptions like Paris notwithstanding? The only thing we say right now is that we will keep tweaking and balancing to ensure the best game experience everywhere. Well, that's the most non-answer answer I've ever heard. Blue Yuan's base. Also, Yuan Dynasty is a Mongolian dynasty, not a Chinese one. That's fair. But still, Red China goes hard. Climate will definitely have an impact on these areas. Yeah. Are we going to have like monsoons again? And how are monsoons going to work? Because, you know, last I checked, there were lots of monsoons in this area. So how much is it going to mess you up? Court language map. It looks pretty much identical to the regular language map. Religion of the Andaman Islands is Andamanese. I'm guessing it's these islands here. Many cities, polities, and countries were tributaries of several nations at the same time. Are there any plans to change this? There are multiple overlords for a tributary. No, that is not susceptible to change. It's a code limitation. That would also be very weird and would suck. Being a tributary to multiple people. The Thai kingdoms, up until the dangers of the West demanded change, were essentially set up as small city-state-like kingdoms, paying various amounts of tribute to the most powerful kingdoms. Only when Western colonization became a danger was there a rapid program of gaining more control. Is the semi-independence simulated with any special mechanics or just with the control percentage? It's just with the control mechanic. You get what's being portrayed here and you love it, but the old city of Ayodhya with the Sanskrit Indianized spelling was long abandoned around the early 1200s. The main city in the region under the Lopburi kings were Shenanigans. Ayodhya as a city did not exist in 1337 except in ruins, and the other flourishing one in India, and was only formally refounded in 1351. I think the location should be named as Kheteratan, and via event chain, when Ayodhya kingdom forms, it gets renamed to Ayodhya and becomes the new capital of the merger polity. We can probably use Kheteratan. It's the name at start. We can look into that. There's also an event for the founding of Bangkok. All right. Rome, best Rome. You've lost count of how many Romes there are at this point. I mean, god damn, everybody claims to be the successor of Rome. Every single one of them. Moist. And by moist too. By representation of the moist. Will there be any mechanic or reference to the mandala system? Yes. Okay. Green's going to be changed. Will dynamic dynasties of China, e.g. if not Ming or Qing, but some random faction name reformed China, have dynamic colors too? Any country that can rise will have its own color. Okay, but I do kind of like this idea that of possible Chinese dynasties, they would each have a different color. You know? Like if the Mao dynasty or the Miao dynasty takes over China, if you somehow get that dynasty on your throne, then it changes your country color too. I think it's kind of cool. It's kind of like how in EU4 right now, Japan, you can keep the color that you form it with. And I guess you can kind of do that with China as well, is what they're saying. But if it was tied to dynasty as well, I think that'd be kind of cool. As someone living near the 73rd Rome, Seattle. Oh, no. There's no way Seattle has a claim to be a Rome, but someone could probably try and make it. But everybody forgets, what happened to Rome? Where is Rome? Why do you want to be Rome? They're gone. They died. What are the criteria for deciding whether a province should be a forest or jungle? Density and type of vegetation combined with biome. Total population of Champa is 259. Color is Korea going to be if China is blue. We'll have to find colors that don't get confused, or give them a same color CV to find it out, of course. You misplaced your notes. It's the 645th Rome. Oh, of course. I mean, that just makes sense to me. Seattle, 645th Rome. Yeah, easy. Philadelphia is closer to claiming Rome because the name actually existed in the Eastern Roman Empire. That's not... Okay, so like, does that mean the United States has a like a CB on the entire world, since there's probably a name from some city in almost the entire world that's in the United States? Like, can we just go invade Brazil now because there's a Rio around here? Can we invade Germany because there's probably a Berlin somewhere? No. So it doesn't give you a claim to be Rome either. Any plans to add other Shan states? We put the ones that are present in 1337. How will an OPM gain power in the region? Is there any content or railroading for Ayodhya? The founder of the Ayodhyan kingdom is already present at start, and there is some content for it. All right. Is New Guinea giving me the next Tinto maps? No, that will be another one. Okay, I do want to leave a comment, though. Leave a comment. It can be a bit difficult to read some of the resource names when the RGO is a dark color on the map. could the names have a white outline, much like the trade region, trade center, trade something, trade market. Trade market names? Also, will there be an option to have RGOs represented by icons instead of words? Did I spell anything wrong? This could be really embarrassing if I spell anything wrong. This is definitely spelled wrong. Boom. Post reply. There you go. I'm a recruit. Cringe. That's my first comment on the forum, by the way. Good for me. Yay! Giving feedback. Can't claim Rome while Moscow... No, Russia does not get to claim Third Rome. I'm sorry. No. You can't just be like, same religion, therefore we can claim it. That's crazy. We'll tell you mistakes in the sentence. I know there's probably some more comments I need to use, but I don't care. I don't think you've commented on the forums for over a decade. I think this is the first forum I've ever commented on at all. They married a biz queen. That doesn't give you a claim. What? That's crazy. Hey Candy, how you doing? We all know Germany is a true successor since Romans wore socks and sandals and Germans do as well. Well, so do Americans. Reddit is a forum. Okay. I've made a couple of Reddit posts. Vitamin, how y'all doing? Good. We just went through the Tinto Map for the day. And then we need to go back over, in case anyone did not catch it at the beginning of stream, big penguin news out in the world today. About Pesto the penguin. Big news about Pesto the penguin. Our boy is growing up. Look at him. Look at him. He is molting. He is gaining his waterproof feathers, so he's going to start swimming soon. Plus, right now, it kind of looks like he has a cool scarf on. And I think he looks great. I'm proud of my boy for growing up. And I just thought you all needed to know that. A little bit of bleach on your timeline. He's dripped out. He is dripped out. Who exactly is that? This is Pesto the penguin. He's a penguin in Australia. He is a very large boy. Even when he was a chick, he was the size of his dad, and his dad was a particularly large emperor penguin. So he is a massive unit of a penguin. Do penguins go extinct? Eventually they might. Eventually they might. Everyone wants to be Rome because everyone wants to be conquered by Goths. You know what? That's true. Is a Fox News enjoyer? No, dude, I just looked up Pesto the penguin and I clicked on the first link. Relax. Oh, also, this is my background. Penguin. Relax, dude. Okay? I don't think Fox News is out here lying about Pesto the penguin. If they are, the Western world has truly fallen. If we are lying about penguins, if we are making Pesto the penguin political, it's over for us. We don't deserve to be here anymore. Let the aliens come and take us out. So he's your size? No, he's not my size. I don't know. How big is Pesto? How big is Pesto the penguin? Pesto the penguin size. All I know is he's an absolute unit. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Open link in new tab. Image in new tab. Look at this guy. This is him as a chick. As a baby. Look at him. He's massive. This is his dad. He's a unit. I'm telling you. He's impressive. He's not that tall. He's just fat. You take that back right now. He is tall. He is tall. Okay. Why would you hate on Pesto? What has he done to you? Lechonk. Lechonk. The young penguin stunned the world with its impressive size, weighing 49 pounds. which is more than both his parents combined. Okay, each of his parents weigh 24 pounds. Pesto was born on January 31st. He eats 25 fish per day. On the 23rd of September, Pesto has his own Wikipedia page. Love that. King penguin chick living in Sea Life Melbourne Aquarium. He was born 7.1 ounces at birth. Damn. He was the first chick to be hatched at the aquarium since 2002. Impressive. At the time of his gender reveal in September, he weighed 46 pounds. That's a big bird, dude. That is a big bird. He was reported to be 35 inches tall. 35 inches, 53 pounds, or 46 pounds. Massive. He was eating 25 fish per day and 53 pounds of fish per week. He was eating more fish in a week than he weighed. Massive. Massive boy. I'm telling you, he's a unit. This man right here is going to save emperor penguins. I believe it. The breeding program is complete. When he gets to breeding age, oh man, it's time to make a super race of penguins. We're going to go CK3 up in here. Give them giant, give them genius. We're ready for the penguin takeover. Honestly, at this point, maybe we deserve it. What is bigger than Emperor? Celestial being? Yeah. Pesto the Celestial being. He's a big boy. I'm telling you, dude. You got to keep up on the Pesto news. He is important. He's very important. The Jade Emperor Penguin. Yeah. The Jade Emperor Penguin. All right, let me launch the game. It's time for Anbennar now. God Emperor of Penguin Kind. Yes, this is a good name as well. Celestial, bro needs a forklift to go up. True. He's a big penguin, all right? He's a big penguin, but I just think he's cool. Are two pestos stacked on top of each other taller or shorter than Poe? Good question. Would assume shorter. 35 inches. It's close though. It's super close. 35 inches is 2.9 feet. Damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. Two pestos is 5.8 feet. So he's a couple inches shorter, but two pestos I wouldn't be looking down too far. Americans will literally use anything besides metric. Yes, correct. Masked Butcher is the new vamp nation? What? Are you being serious? I'm assuming that this is Masked Butcher staying in the mountains instead of going to form Karashar? That's crazy. Vampire orcs? All right. Tell me, Poe's two pestos in a trench coat. You can't prove that I'm not two pestos in a trench coat. They got new content. They are actual monsters now. Oh. Okay. They cut people's faces off and wear them. Okay. Wow. They're out here doing stuff and things. Damn. Yeah, I guess they are living up to the name. That's true. It's right there in the name. Masked Butchers. I mean, it is what it is. Counseling is a new Mason Tree. Yeah, well, I saw that Lambert was playing it, so I was wondering if they got new content. So we'll have to do that at some point. Eskin, though. You know how it is. I see Eskin, I squint my eyes a little bit. And I go, I just have to conquer all of Eskin in 100 years. Kilmercan now has this lock-in. Ooh, okay. All right. They copy the people they butcher and lure people out? What? Okay, so they got like magic going on too, I would assume. You can't just like cut someone's face off and pretend to be them. Especially when you're an orc, you know? If an orc cuts a halfling's face off, there's going to be a couple things different. You know, maybe a little bit of a height difference there. But that's definitely interesting. The nations between Jadari and Raj have a mission tree and a formable now too. Ooh. Okay. Well, haven't they had mission trees for a while? I thought so, at least. I thought so. All right, let me switch the category over. We'll put Universalis. You squint for a different reason no matter where you are. Command squint, Eskin squint, alien tier, Alt F4, etc. I think I just got bad eyesight. You bring up any part of the map on Anbennar, I'm like squinting. I'm like, I just can't see. I think that's the answer. Just can't see real good. Faceless men from Game of Thrones are even more gruesome. You don't have to bring them up, okay? We can just pretend they're not real. We can just pretend that Arya Stark had a totally different character development, okay? We can just pretend in our mind that it was totally different and that entire Bravo storyline didn't happen, all right? It didn't happen. It's not real. It can't hurt me. Also, I heard a rumor. I've heard two rumors, actually. Rumor number one is that they're making a Game of Thrones movie. Rumor number two, probably worse, is that they're making another Star Wars trilogy. Both of these have me worried. Maybe the Game of Thrones movie will slap. I still have to watch House of the Dragon, though, so. But number two, another Star Wars trilogy? Are we sure? Apparently, it's not connected to the Skywalker saga. But you know they're going to have to do something, right? Like, are they really going to be able to contest it? And considering the quality of the most recent Star Wars shows, it makes me a little bit nervous that they're making another trilogy. But maybe it'll be good. Maybe they'll cook it up and it'll be good. But I did hear that, what's her name? Catherine, what's her face? Something is going to be connected to it. So that makes me a little bit nervous again. But you know what? Maybe I'm just being a hater. Maybe. No spoiler, but it's going the path of the original Game of Thrones. Oh, the show is? Well, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. All right, well, those are the rumors that I heard. Okay, we are playing as Duwarkani. We are the number 2 world power. Yeah, I mean, command is very strong. Is what it is. We are getting through our mission tree here at a decent pace. We need to do a little bit of development around the Delta. And if we look at our claims, we need to own all of these permanent claims. Now, we just got out of a war with Alizna, and we took the rest of the land in Shasora, where the Shasorans are. The biggest problem with Alizna is that we can't get to their capital. They have 85 ships, including I think it's 10, 15 heavies, and then 30 galleys. So we are building up a navy to hopefully try and contest them in some way. So that way we can cross and take their capital in the next war. We also have our truce with Nyrat up in just about a year. And they have allied. Okay, they're guaranteed by Nadurabu, and they are allied to Muktanaga. How the mighty have fallen, by the way. Nyrat has allied Jazab Cult nation. We do have the mandate, or the stewardship, sorry, and it is going up pretty quickly. We have completed court ideas, so that has given us 0.25 yearly hedonism, and we are currently upgrading the decadent twins, which will give us an additional 0.25 hedonism here. And in fact, I am going to throw some manpower and money into it, so that way it can get completed to level 2. Now our hedonism goes up by 0.33. which means we can pass some of these decrees, which would be pretty nice. The Twins Monument, the tier 3, you think it stops the barge? The Khet and their activities will be less disruptive. That is pretty tempting. That is pretty tempting. I'm also going to pay off our loan. So we should probably try to focus on getting the Decadent Twins up to level 3. It only costs us 2,000 to upgrade because we have a lot of great project upgrade cost modifiers stacked. And by a lot, I think it's just 2, but they're particularly good. And apparently I cannot look here. But I can look here. So we have Menkensuit, the architect, gets us minus 25%. And then architecture at a scale gives us minus 30%. Minus 25% is from a mission, and minus 30% is from a privilege that we have given to someone. Someone has it. The clergy. Where if we have lizard folk integrated, we get that great project upgrade cost reduction, which is pretty good. I have not gotten the other wonders yet, no. Because we spawned in the Akhet, or the Ahati, sorry. Which, this is not our capital, by the way. It's just a level 1 fort, so it shows as a capital. Our capital is still all the way down here. In Duwarkani. Yeah, we're building up a navy. We are working on getting some stuff done here. We went to war with Yazel Mora because we need to build a fort on the Matet Togukag province, and I also need one in Zaksarov, I believe. Yes. So that's where we'll spend our next bit of money, is building a castle here. We have a couple of subjects. Well, actual subjects. We have Sakragzat as a vassal. We have Gamavuri as a vassal. And we have Haragstad as a vassal. Everyone else that you're seeing is a tributary of ours. Why did the trolls get the wasteland in our territory? I don't know. But we will have to take that back from them. But as for our hedonism, let's go ahead and use one of them. I think Decree of Plenty is probably a decent choice. Provinces along the Mother Sorrow River will gain cheaper dev cost and faster construction time, more yearly prosperity growth. Also tempting. Also tempting. Could get the yearly prestige. We don't really need it though. Or we could just get the tax and goods produced. Let's get the tax and goods produced. 10 hedonism for money. We go up by 0.34. And when our mandate goes back up, which that goes up by 0.33, then we'll be good. We do need to make sure that we keep all devastation away, since we have the stewardship. Devastation is pretty bad. We're currently making 55 ducats a month. 47 now. We're rooting out corruption a bunch. We have 11.5 ducats in war reps. We kicked the trolls' ass the last time we fought them. And we are super far ahead on all of our techs, which is wonderful stuff. We need to rival Abdel Tungar, apparently. We are allied to Sariand, which is cool. They're not going to want to become a subject of ours, which is fine. I was kind of hoping that I could ally Abdel Tungar, but I don't think that we'll get that option. Let's improve relations with Busalar. I would just like someone that I can call in against Alizna to help with the boats. That's the main issue that I'm seeing here. We have a force limit of 123. We have 20% less, though, from a mission, which kind of is what it is. But we could increase our forces a bit. But we need to develop printing press. Just kidding. I need to embrace printing press for 3,000 ducati dues. So I guess that means I need to do more development. I think developing along the Sorrow is the correct play, and if I would have realized that, then I would have clicked the Decree of Prosperity for cheaper dev cost. Oops. But I do need to make sure that in this state, we can build a workshop for a mission. So let's make sure that we have the ability to do that. Build a workshop here. Build a workshop here. You already have one. You will have one when the Koreshesh library is upgraded. So give us cheaper idea cost. Prominent Ahati. The Ahati are, as we know, one of the most skilled fighters in the Salahad and beyond. Most of the Ahati can, after years of training, best most of our officers and specialists in one-on-one combat with great ease, and one such Ahati has now proven themselves to be even greater than that. They've proven to be a great and skilled swordsman, moving as if dancing on the sands. Combined with being a genius strategist and great leader, they make for a perfect advisor to our forces, whether to train our officer corps or create war plans. Luckily, we have granted approval by the Ahati to hire them as such. So we have a cheaper level 3 mill advisor. They will be hired. Build 0 boats. Refuse to elaborate. No, we're good. We're good. We're in the process of building them. But it would be like me to forget. We also have a ton of level 1 centers of trade that we need to upgrade. A ton. So Yazel Mora is attacking Damascus, which is fine, I guess. It's not preferable. We're also over our governing capacity. Where are... Okay, you walk over here. So, we all know what that means, right? More courthouses. Is what it is. Need more courthouses. And I'm going to state this up, even though we're over our governing capacity. Don't particularly care. Kuika is calling us into a war against a subject of mine. I'm going to say no. We could consider going to war with Asarta to try and punch out some people out of them, so that way I can have more satrapies. Right? Like Surin we could forcibly release. Lata we could release. Ryaz we could force them to release. I'm not sure Ryaz would appreciate us. We could do that, but our next truce is with Nairat, and it's up. We'll have to fight Nadurabu for this. That's fine. That's fine. Just get to it. Release Kugra, obviously? No. Kugra does not deserve to be released. Kugra betrayed me in every timeline. Every single timeline. A rude sandstorm. When in company of the Kets, one must behave cautiously and respectfully, as one obviously does not want a god's wrath unleashed upon himself. Unfortunately for him, a notable landowner has knocked over Ket's luggage, causing it to sink in the waters of the Sorrow. Least to say, the next day, the landowner's residence and its vicinity were met by a huge sandstorm which did not move away from the place it was summoned upon. The Cat is now contemptuous with his retaliation and watches as his creation swirls parts of debris in random directions. You've got your revenge, please stop now, or I think I've heard this one before. Yeah, I'm gonna be real, I don't care. Maybe you should not have done that. The Edenic League is victorious. And Westham is the Emperor. It's a lot of Coronite, though. Ooh, Grombar stayed full orc. Old Dukin. Look at that. Fancy. Let's get you guys moving down to occupy these provinces. Let's get Ndurabu out of the war. Ragsteda. Oh. The Sorin separatists, huh? Oops. Oopsies. Well, let's deal with them. I maxed out on my Diplo points because I'm very smart. Very smart, and I'm paying very close attention. Yeah, I can encourage development on this cloth. Get up to 21010. Oh, look at this. Boom. Oh my goodness. It's almost perfect multiplayer development. Massive. Massive. Also allows me to spend my points. Could go back up to stab 3. Don't see any reason why not. The Durabu has a plain touch commander. Sab the Older. Another 50 admin Diplo points. Thank you. Is the gold on the Sorrow at 10? It is not. Thank you for pointing that out. You know what? I'll get it up to 12 so I can expand infrastructure there. Oof. Oof, we just stack wiped them. We just stack wiped half of Ndurabu's troops. That's rough for them. Now, from the Durabu, I could turn them into a tributary. It would be a lot of aggressive expansion. But we could do it. But instead, I think I just want money and war reps. And then I can just farm them for money for a while. I would need to find a way to get a border with them. I don't currently have. I guess I can't because I don't have that border. But we could start trying to get said border. We could take a trade outpost. I can even take this as a trade outpost. That could be interesting. Because if we go here, then I can add this guy as a tributary. And maybe I can even have Mocha Tonga as a tributary as well. And then I can just farm money off of Ndurabu for the rest of time. Let's do that. Take this. I break your alliance with those two. That's the preferred peace deal with this guy. Boom and boom. Good plan, good plan. That we all agree. I could gain Inno for taking Miltech here. Do I want to start stacking Inno? Kind of, but I'd like to not pay the price for printing press. So may need to do something about that. How many more days do I have? I don't know if I'm going to get the war score on Ndurabu in time. I could just take a loan, though. Ooh, purchase an age ability. I could just take a loan so I can embrace it, and then we'll pay off the loan. That'd be a couple loans. This enough? Nope. Oh, I also forgot to turn off the DLC again. At this point, it's too late. Sunk cost fallacy. Erase that. Take the Miltech with the Inno. Turn off the institution spread, and I need to use my administrative points. Buy that inflation down. Not enough, though. Really? Admin development? Well, I know that we have increased tax in this province, right? For the Holy Nesri Temple? Yeah, 30% local tax, so... why not? We can upgrade our cav to metal-clad camelry, a reformed version of the Crodemic cavalry, which learned from the limitations of its predecessor and from the defeat in the Nullish invasion of Kheterata. The rider now carried significantly lighter armor, and in turn, the camel armor was heavier and stronger. The riders carried pikes with which they would charge if considered necessary, but their primary weapon was a long-range musket. Once at range, they would dismount the camel and place themselves behind it, using it as an improvised barricade. The armored beast could withstand significant enemy fire, while their rider fired at the enemy from relative safety. Interesting. The one thing I'm noticing about our pips is we're not gaining a lot in our shock. We're only Tech 14 though, so I don't know what I'm really expecting. Hey Freyo, how you doing? We won that siege back. Let's move our troops back up north. Just keep sieging. Now, Ndurbu is back up to 40-something thousand troops. Yep. So let's group our troops back up together. So that way we can fight them. Oh, no. You don't get to walk away. Get you there. You do not get to walk away. Your troops are so super dead. So super dead. Our army is much better than theirs is. Are they ready to do that peace deal now? No. They are not. But they are pretty much out of troops. So send our infantry and cannons over to the siege. Also, our infantry are green because they are Aheti troops. They are special troops, which have increased shock damage and infantry combat ability. They take less morale damage, but they are much more expensive. But we're making plenty of money for it. I'm not all too worried about it. Debating if it's worse to be French or Dutch. It's a tough choice. Worse to be Belgian since they are both. You know what? We call that compromise. We call that compromising and dunking on the Belgians. So I'm down with that explanation. Why did I just get a force satrapy on someone? I clicked the button so fast I didn't even know who it is. Was it Pratuk? No. Oh. The shack is independent. Cool. Yeah, improve relations with them. They have broken free from Eberthil. Oh. Maxed on Diplo points. What? Where? Why? How? Courage development here. Do a little bit more development in the Sorrow. Ndurabu accepts the peace deal. Add that to a trade company immediately. You have subjects of your own, so we're gonna have to force him into being a subject. That's fine. Fine, we'll get there. Nyrat, I want all my claims. I want you to become a tributary. Thank you. You will not give me money. I don't care. Yeah, there we go. Lots of green on the map. Now, I still have too much governing capacity. But I want to get the Decadent Twins starting to upgrade. Don't care if the clergy's a little upset with me. Not a big deal. Slave trade goods cringe. True, but I can't really do much about that at the moment. Cannot abolish slavery yet. The game says no. Alright, well, now what? Yazel Mora is up in 4 years. So that's probably our next war. Unless I do want to go through and beat up Asarta. Which I don't think is a terrible idea. Not to mention it would also weaken someone on my southern border. Instead of allowing them to continue to build up. The other person I have a problem with is Negafama here. The thing is, I can't get to him. Well, I can, but then I have to start... I start doing this dance where my tributaries will defend their allies from me. Ugh. It is a very annoying dance to dance. Ahati Justice. Another one, and quick you hag, the nobleman shouted. It was late, and in a small bar sat a lonely nobleman wasted after dozens of bottles of fruity liquor. He begins to throw bottles to the ground and threaten people with violence, that he will take away their possessions. All the while, alone Ahati is sitting in the corner, quietly observing the so-called lord. But when the nobleman grabs a waitress and demands her to come with him, he intervenes. Without a single flinch, he unsheathes his sword and decapitates the nobleman on the spot. And as the nobleman's head falls to the ground, the people cheer, as some recall this nobleman having been in trouble before. The family of the nobleman, alongside other representatives of the nobility, are furious, however. They demand the Ahati soldier be trialed and executed, as he had no right to kill a nobleman, even if he was a danger to the commoners. Will he adhere to the demand of the nobles, or will brand this as justice served, even if it was not by the book? I mean, maybe he could have gone for just cutting off his arm first. But you kind of earned it. Sorry. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You go around, you cause trouble, and then you die for it. Well, I mean, you know, you could have not done that. You had every opportunity to simply not be a dick. And, well, you did it anyways. So, L. Go for the head or go home? Well, you know, I just think, you know, it would be fitting if he cut off his arm first. I will accept that knowledge sharing. But who am I to debate the ins and out of vigilante justice? If you simply don't abuse people around you, you will not get your head cut off. Okay? It's a very simple concept. Me, I'm never worried about someone cutting my head off because I simply don't go around threatening people. Yeah, solves the problem. Is coastal defenses worth for allies and navy? Yes. Yes, they are. That is a very good idea. Let's build those naval batteries. That's a fantastic idea. Big brain. I need to build a workshop here first. Is a licensed navy destroyed? No. I don't think Abdel Tunger can keep up. I'm about to max out on, you guessed it, Diplo. Do that. Look at all this wheat, man. You know that in EU5 Anbennar, this right here is going to help feed a lot of Canor. I don't know though. Canor has a frick ton of wheat. But we know that this is going to be really good for food. Really good. Is that wheat goods produced like in Egypt? Yes. Granary of the Divin Hall, +2 local goods produced. You do, in fact, be getting that. Okay. Are we going to have Shasor and Separatists? They already rose up. Ready for you. Yazel Mora is getting dunked on. It is so over for the trolls. It is so over for the trolls. Yeah, I think we're going to go to war with Asarta here. I have nothing else to do with our time, and we can be making money, beating people up, whatever it is. Do I want to force them into being my subject? Is the question. Is that the goal? Yeah, we might as well. We are going to lose this guy as a subject, but we can redo it. Same thing with Karashan. Move in. Should wipe his army here. Boom. Yeah, our military is just so stupidly strong. So stupidly strong. And let's quickly siege down this part of the jungle. Next mission requirements is building workshops that I'm building right now. Having artillery up there, and then Koroshesh needs a mage tower, so that needs to be the next thing that we build. Then, oh, we need to upgrade forts. Because we took the tech, we have to upgrade the forts around the trolls. Those are the only two missions we have right now. So, we gotta spend money. Gotta spend the monies. As you do. For now, we're just making ourselves stronger in the general sense. Domvuri has a war wizard. Let's set them to doing whatever they want. Love to see them getting involved in this war, sieging stuff down. Not worried about them throwing the war for me. Okay, we've gotten their capital. Do see that he has 13,000 troops over here. He instantly breached the walls. Let's rotate our stack over. The other 38,000 will make their way down after fighting those troops. Everybody walk over here. Sarta just took a bunch of land from Kuika, who would accept vassalization, by the way. Meh. I don't want this fort to fall. Okay, never mind. Astarta's like whole militaries over here. No, I stopped them moving. Damn it. Now they have troops here. Let's assault it. You chase. You do have 10,000 troops, so... Or cannons, I should say, specifically. Let's get you onto the Surin siege. I want to get these regular forts siege down, then we'll go after the capital forts. There we go. There's another stack wipe. I don't need to invite lizard folk people, but if they want to move here, they're more than welcome. Karak is apparently somewhere on my border. I need to turn Deshak into a subject. Correct. You will also turn into a tributary. You'll love to see it. Get a lot of Asarta stuff down here that we could go after. Now, how much war score is it going to be to turn him into a subject? 80. What if I didn't turn him into a subject this war? What if instead... I release a bunch of subjects on our border, right? I don't know. Do we want to release Ryaz? Is he going to become my tributary if I have his cores? I mean, I could just forcibly turn him into a tributary, to be fair. Later, but it's like overriding this, so I don't think I'm going to. We can release it in the next war. We do this. A bit of money. And then I can have him return cores to people as well. To say Isagumze? Will be a good friend to Isagumze. And then if I annex Gamavuri, then I'll have a border with Zena, with Kuika, and with Isagumze. And then I can get even more tributaries. Kugra, but I don't have a border with Kugra. Also 47% war score. You know? I think this is our peace deal. I need to return these two guys into subjects. Our court mage is dead. Yeah, the inflation guy will work, and then I need to upgrade those forts. Here. Here. And what was the third one? In Akanekis. Here. Then I need to build a... I need to build a sneeze, apparently. I need to build a... I'm 3 ducats short, really? Adel Tunger crossed onto a Leisner, by the way. Just saw that. Need to siege down the rest of this stuff. But we could do things where, like, next war, we snake down through Ryaz here, and we get a border with where Kugra will release out of and where Karask will release out of, and then we can release these two and turn them into tributaries. We could just keep partitioning. I should have gone for the Holy War CB here. Would have been much more effective use of our time and resources, but if that means that we can get a bunch more tributaries, that's going to be really good for our stewardship. Oof, look at that devastation. Wait, what? Where? Oh. Yeah, all the land we just took. Okay, that's something else that we need to keep in mind. We need to build forts. We need to build forts all along the Sorrow to make sure that there's no devastation. Pretty big deal. Can dip dev the land I just took. True. True, and I probably should. Okay. Get rid of all of this devastation. Do some admin dev as well. A little bit of mill dev up here. No! It's 15,000 troops. Frick. He's cheating. He's cheating by actually attacking me. How dare he? Now we're going to have to rebuild up that couple of troops that we lost. Absolutely massive embarrassment for our empire. And I want you to break your alliance with the Sarta, and I would like you... Wait, I can't make him become a tributary and break his alliances? What? Because he becomes a subject? Really? It goes under the same rules as a vassal? That's crazy to me. That doesn't seem right. Music? Music's fine. It should be good. Okay, those two become my tributary again. And I think Zolbar is our next target for mass releasing of people. We can do the same thing to them. What are you mad about? Hostile attitude. They're monstrous. Okay, well, I can fix that. Let me tell you what, that won't be a difficult thing for me to do. Let's make sure that we're improving with our subjects. You willing to peace out? Yes, you are. I do want money, though. And war reps, so let's keep at it. Excellent minister. Government reform progress? Yes. Sounds great. Love me some government reform progress. Elves block progress. We're going to give them whatever they want. We need to make sure that they are integrated. Could get down here maybe, but we can deal with the ass at a later time. Alright, there we go. That war is nice and done. Burning bridges. In Kheterata, every aspect of life is set up around appeasing the Khets. Things such as routine, clothing, architecture, and infrastructure can be and are routinely disrupted by fickle Khet behavior. In recent days, a bridge in the Sahara was destroyed by a Khet as it blocked out the sun in his napping time. Without this critical piece of infrastructure, land trade of the province has been effectively brought to a halt. For 20 years, we would get less trade power in this province, and I don't care. So, we didn't need it anyways. Pay off some loans. I will seize some land. Okay, so we have to 60%. Crown land. And I need to go through and establish some satrapies on these guys. And also revoke my guarantee. Oh, it automatically did it. Nice. Deshak. No! I think I'm going to intervene in this war. I want Deshak as a tributary. Build me a cannon. Build me a dude. You guys move up here. Next mission we're working on, it's just things that are building. We just have to wait a while. Frick. That is it. They're just needing to wait. Deal with this governing capacity because we are very far over it. Very, very far over it. Yazel Moratrus is up in 2 years. We do want to take a bunch of their land. I don't necessarily need to state it up, but we do want to take it. And I need to start integrating Gomvuri, right? That was my plan. go. Deshak. I can't influence you because I have loans. You do have rivals, though. Conwell. Hey, Conwell, you suck. You suck. You're ugly. No, now I can enforce peace. Eventually. Wait, can I? Yep. I sure can. Get in there, boys. Yeah, you thought. You thought I was just going to let you re-get back your personal union on my rightful subject. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't think so. Not today. Okay, we're going to have some Nairat separatists. Let's send one stack up north. What are we doing over here? Honestly, just raise the autonomy here. I don't really want to deal with those rebels, ever. I'm just going to take admin tech. 5% more expensive. Idea groups. Aristocratic religious court ideas. I feel like we need to take admin ideas, right? Like, I need that governing capacity. Also, in combination with aristocratic, it gives me 0.5 yearly hedonism and 20% reform progress growth, which is kind of crazy. So I think that's what we're going to go with. We need to have it. We're focusing admin here. A cheaper admin advisor. That is a very good combo for us to grab. I will find you. I will kill you. I swear to you I will. You can move up. We can grab the next one. +1 possible number of advisors. Alright. I see you, Deshak. I see you wanting to walk and fight them, so I will join you. And now I will siege down Everthil while you go chase those 4K. You get offense or quantity next. Stabbing your force limit is modifier is less than 100%. True. What is this? Wealthy calligraphy. The gnomes living in the Delta of the Sorrow are known for being one of the most skilled gem cutters and one of the most artistic of calligraphers. Their skill in applying the most beautiful of letters, hieroglyphs, and symbols onto whatever surface desired is unmatched. They are, however, extremely expensive, as each character is given as much care as the next. And it has now come to our attention that the Ahadi, swimming in wealth, have been hiring almost all gnomish calligraphers to decorate their walls, works of literature, and other surfaces, preventing other people from getting their own calligraphy works. Many now demand a ban on hiring of calligraphy by the Ahati. It would be a unique form of economic interference, and the Ahati would almost certainly protest. What? No. Why would I do that? It would be ridiculous. Correct. You want me to interfere on them hiring the gnomes? If you want the gnomes, just like order them in advance. Like, hey gnomes, I'm gonna need your help in like 2 months. Can you book me in? It's not like they're excluding anybody. It's just that the Ahati booked them first. Just why are you being so weird? Everybody be like, nah, we have to make it as difficult as possible. It's just going to be so difficult with everything. And also, all of this can be given over to Deshak. Go clap his navy? Go clap the Everthil navy? Why? I mean, I guess. It could give us some naval tradition. And all of this gets switches over to Deshak. I captured 1 transport boat. Huge. Massive. Well. Now we wait. No other way around it. Now we wait. 991 ducats. I'm going to throw all of that money to here, throw some manpower into here as well. I would love for those cat activities to be less disruptive. They are brutal. I don't think we'll be fighting the trolls without our full army here. Even though we do outnumber them, it will just make the war more annoying. Another pleasure barge on the move. And we can do another government reform. Economical matters. More yearly inflation reduction would probably be the correct play here. Mercantilistic approach does give us more domestic trade power and more merchant trade power. It can also empower the burghers for more trade efficiency. But considering that the only reason our inflation is going down right now is the advisor, we have so much gold. Regiment cost is always good. I guess so. I guess I never really use war economy. Mostly because I see the war taxes and I'm like, nah, I don't need that. But no, I think we get it to where I don't need to have an inflation guy. Lots of religious zeal here. Eventually we'll be able to get a hold of all of it though. Eventually. Well, actually, we can move these 38,000 back down towards the trolls. And then these 30,000 can get with rebels. Abdel Tunger getting big. They're at war with Sariand. Well, that's good. Sariand will, unfortunately, defend Alizna because they are the defender of the faith. I don't think they'll lose to Abdel Tunger. But I can go to war, like, here. And call in Sariand when they're not in another war. And then we can get them like that. Increase their trust a bunch. So that way they're more willing to do that. Their army is big. It is. It is very large. Actually, we're taking admin ideas. So maybe I shouldn't declare war on the trolls. We technically don't need to do that yet. I need to give out religious culture. Okay. Religious culture. Plus 1% missionary strength. Plus 1 max absolutism. Sure. Also get out religious diplomats because it gives us more diplo rep. And now I need to... Well, that's still building. Force limit is 150. So build another stack of troops. A 10-18 stack. Build it right here. Time to culture convert stuff? Yeah, I guess so. We did just unlock trade stations as well. Yeah, I guess we do want to just start culture convert. It's super cheap for us. Like, it might make some people mad, but... Chapter cultures are good. Minus 25% core creation cost. Obviously great. I, unfortunately, do not have any gnome provinces. No. It's just gnomish minorities up here. So we are out of luck on that one. Is the next idea culture cost? No, let's promote culture cost. Promote. We're good. We're fine. I didn't done goof that bad. Would be funny though. Would be very on brand for me to do that. Yeah, you just move back for now. And we will get through admin ideas as fast as possible. You move to Muakar and drill. You can drill. and you can drill. And immediately there is a general that dies. All right, well, who wants to be a general? Because I need to replace one that just died. Right. Sit in. Let's see what you got. We actually have room for a bunch of generals, which they should be good, by the way, because we have +1 fire from Aheti commanders. Same thing with shock, and then full aristocracy gives us +1 siege. So our pips should be decent. And yeah, 4 siege pips. Wonderful. Candy. Another 4 siege pips. Right. And Maxi Zone. Let's see what you have here. 5 shock. Alright, fair enough. Let's get you drilling. The rebels pop up. The rebels pop up. We are going to have some swamp troll rebels, though. No matter what we do. So we'll just drill while we're waiting for those to actually do their thing. Another one of those. Rebel uprisings. Okay, I guess they're already on the move. Let's move up to the province they're actually going to show up in. And we can complete one of the missions. Understanding the shadows. Remember, we need to build 3 max level forts on entrances into the Shadow Swamp. The Shadow Swamp's evil spills out numerous passes in the mountain. It's an ever-present evil whose decay seemingly cannot be contained. For every time we repelled the hordes of Yzel Mora, it did not stop the spread of shadow. At one of the openings in Tanea stands another of the great lizard folk spires. Yet this one seems corrupted, as though the shadows penetrated its inner workings. If we are to understand the spread of the Shadow Swamp, these openings may be where we can start our research and at the very least halt its spread. At the end of the game, those provinces get 20% local defensiveness and -20% local fort maintenance. And for 20 years, we get studying the shadows for 20% mage loyalty equilibrium and 20% mage influence. Now we're just waiting for that mage tower to be built. And this will get gnomes up to integrated tolerance, which is good. We'd love to see the gnomes being tolerated. Can I get rid of the... No. Alright. We're up here for the Rombeni rebels as well. Cool. Alright, well, now we're just waiting for Eberthil to piss off. Protect declared war on Nyrant. I don't care. +1 blockade impact on siege. When is my truce up with Elisna? 3 years. 3 years. I want to pay off the rest of my loans. And build a bunch of governing capacity buildings. Military is divided. Give me siege ability. Eberthil, I don't appreciate your navy blockading me. They just gave us a 40 tradition general? Damn. That's a crazy 40 tradition general. A 4613? Well, that general can be fired then. They're not very good. And we'll drill them. Make another one of those. Minus 25% stab cost modifier, which makes it super cheap. Okay, so many things going on here. A bare minimum. Today, when Zianto I was washing her face, she received a peculiar note conjured in a water bowl by one of the Kets. Dear Steward, I would like to invite you and your family to accompany us in our barge for a trip across the Sorrow. We're embarking in 3 days. Please make sure your appearance is as natural as possible. The royal family showing off their bodies like this would of course be the next hot topic for the next few months, but ignoring the Ket isn't possible either. Let us bask in our collective glory, but I have all these clothes for you from all of your followers. That's a lot of money. Let's just get out there. You know what? He's fine. We go a little naked. Not a big deal. Let the people complain. You got harpy feathers? Not really naked? I guess that's true. Yes, that's true. Mill points. Let's develop this grain in the north. We know that it's a good spot for development. And Gomvuri has been annexed. Now I will full state everything there. And our missionaries should get right on that, on converting it. And now I need to not be at war so I can create more subjects. And I have a feeling it's going to be a while. Now these 9,000 can stay up here and loot. There we go, a bunch of culture conversion. Chenka places are still being converted. We can enact a decree. My mandate is going down because of devastation. Oh boy. I love devastation gaming. Have I ever told anyone how much I love devastation gaming? Put one there. And I guess I need one here. That covers all of that. Means I need one here. There we go. And then I'll also need here. Means my navy needs to always be out here fighting too. There's a new decree that we can enact. Let's go for Decree of Salvation. It will lower autonomy in the Mother Sorrow River provinces, and more importantly, it will give us global monthly devastation minus 0.5, which is probably the... Okay, hold on. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. We're worth Eberthil and Vern. Even though we have more heavies, it doesn't matter. Skill issue. Okay, but I would really like to peace out here now. You know? Like, if we could peace out, that'd be great. I defended you. We're independent now. So if you could just, like, peace out, I'd really appreciate it. It'd be really cool of you. Okay. Well, at least we hit their navy with their god tier admirals. Average Eberthil game. You Harpies have a good navy. Another Bitbucket tag drop recently. Yeah, it's the ones in the other part of Sarhal, right? These ones. I don't really care about having a good navy. It's just, you know, just kind of annoying that we're still in this war when Deshak should be piecing out. There's no reason for us to still be here. No good reason. Just take a couple provinces. Thank you. And now become my tributary. Kuika, become my tributary. Zena, become my tributary. And Isagumze becomes my tributary. That is all I wanted. That's it. Pretty good. Give tribute, don't die. Exactly. Our satrapies are currently giving us 0.09 mandate. Not bad at all. And we can finish admin ideas here, making our admin tech cheaper, giving us some policies for 0.5 yearly hedonism and 20% reform progress growth. Let's switch out the war score cost versus other religions for now and put that in. I mean, that reform progress growth is crazy. We'll gladly do that. I can now rival Abdel Tungur again. I can seize land, and we can upgrade our Kes Akasik for our subject. I don't want to, though. Joe, no. Well, we can get doing more cultural conversions here. Making sure everything is an accepted culture. And you need to move up to Koreshesh so we can complete that mission. I can force a satrapy on Busalar. That would be funny, and get pretty much all of Canor in a coalition against me. Alright, Delta Gnome Lapidaries. The Delta Gnomes that live at the mouth of the Mother Sorrow are a product of an ancient friendship between Kheterata and the Gnomish hierarchy. It was King Minkensut who first saw the potential in their tinkering with magical artifacts. He ordered them to craft the finest gems for our war mages to use in his conquest of Akasik and Ketapura, as well as his victory over Castanor. Many of the lapidaries that cut the old gems still maintain the family business, and have powerful guilds in Koreshesh that oversee their work. The head of the Lapidaries Guild has shown us the latest creation of the Delta Gnomes, a new gemstone that can be infused with magical power and placed at the breech of a cannon to enhance its power. The only issue is that the current prototype is unstable and has caused multiple workshops across Koreshesh to explode. They are asking for new workshops to be constructed, as well as help from the mages in Muakar to perfect their new magical invention. So this will increase gnome tolerance to integrated. It will give us +1 artillery levels available versus fort, and it will give us a second thing as well. Delta orbs. Also 20% artillery damage from the back row. Ooh, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is a very good thing to get. Artillery damage from the back row. Hard modifier to find because it is simply that good. So not only do we get 100% cav flanking ability and 15% cav combat ability, we also get 20% artillery damage from the back row. Hey Brian, what are we playing? We are playing Duwarkani. We have Harpy Military and Human Admin, but these Harpies, unlike most Harpies, get access to Cavalry. And we have Cav Combat in our national ideas, we get Cav Fire, so we have a pretty strong military going on right now. Lower enforcement don't feel so bad now. I mean, it still feels bad, but like 20% force limit for these bonuses is pretty worth. We just tuned in was the penguin news. That Pesto the penguin, which is a very big emperor penguin in Australia, has started to molt and get their waterproof feathers, and so he'll be able to swim soon. Huge. Huge. We've completed Children of Niraket. Lizards, gnolls, harpies, and gnomes are all integrated. We have one accepted culture from each harpy, gnoll, lizard folk, and humans. All provinces in the Mother Sorrow River province group are Niraketist or a Heti Brotherhood, and they're owned by me or a non-tributary subject, and we have given out religious culture. When a hero slays a monster, nobody sheds a tear for the monster. Instead, they just cheer as the beast is slain. This is how Kheterata viewed gnolls, lizard folk, and even harpies for centuries. Back when Castan Beastbane liberated Kheterata from gnollish rule, he introduced the concept of monstrous races to the region. We reject these ideas. We are all children of Niraket. From her eyes pour the tears for every sentient being who eventually leaves this plane, for all are worthy of being mourned. Mother Niraket weeps for all. In every province in the Mother Sorrow River, there is a 50% chance of adding or increasing minority sizes of gnomes, gnolls, humans, harpies, and lizards. So Anbennar here has a minority gnomish. When I click that button, it now has harpies and lizard folk here as well. Did not get gnolls though. But that's pretty good. Getting those minorities everywhere because they're really good. trade power, goods produced, production efficiency, institution spread. I mean, it does hit your autonomy, but we have admin ideas, so it's not that big of a deal. Okay, next up, I need reduced research regulations. And his trail located. Kvengrak needs to be owned by me or a non-tributary subject. I need the modifier hunting for Grillax. I don't know what that means. But I do know that when we do go to war with the trolls here, we need to get that core back for Haragsteda. Maybe we just do a reconquest war. Maybe that's just what we do. But I can give out reduced research regulations. Eliket chosen. Eliket decreed that magic must be used to protect Kheterata. We continue to provide our soldiers with every form of magical protection we can muster. Yet, how can we possibly continue to call the Menkensuit dynasty protectors of its people if they themselves cannot use magic? Tell the mages that the Menkensuit bloodline must be enhanced so we can protect our people to the fullest of our capabilities. It is what they deserve and what Eliket would have wanted us to do. A dynasty consecrated happens in 270 days. Alright. We need to start conquering the trolls. How's our governing capacity looking? We're right up at it. Can I get governing capacity from the Aheti? By any chance? No. Also, I can support the Northern Brotherhood or the Southern Brotherhood. The Northern Brotherhood gives me 0.5% yearly army professionalism. And fort defense. I feel like choosing one is going to have adverse consequences that I'm not told about. I feel like it's a trap. I do have a heady overseers though, where I can get liberty, desire, and subjects if I want. Unique unit type? It is. Okay, apparently we do not have them up here though. So, delete those guys. Build 10 Aheti units. Aheti, which I did the same thing down here, where I built with the auto builder. Aheti do 10% infantry combat ability, they do 15% more shock damage, take 10% less morale damage received, but they are 25% more expensive and a 50% more reinforced cost, but they are really good. When has the North-South divide ever lent to conflict, Poe? True. True. There's never been a time when something like that has happened. I can't even think of one. Not a single one. Here's El Mora. I'm going to do anti-monstrous. And we will find you, El Mora. Isagumze has declared war on Arizin. Oh well. At least I won't take this. And that is the downside of having lots of subjects, right? Is that eventually they'll start killing each other. But I can't stop everybody from fighting everybody, okay? I'm doing my best here. You need to be brought back down. Same thing here. Bring everybody together. Don't know where those rebels are, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. Now, trolls have 56,000 troops. They're tech 10, though. We're tech 14. And that means we're almost tech 15. Beastbane's Legacy. The annual March of Castanor's Legions has been held every year in Anarat, although its importance over the years has waned. It celebrated the liberation of Kheterata by Castan II after his subjugation by the Gnolls of the First Jazabine. This year, however, the festival has gained significantly more attention than usual. It was seen as a festival celebrating antiquated and horrible ideas about monstrous races. At the center of the controversy was the legacy of Castan II, or as he was more commonly known, Beastbane. Castan Beastbane first codified the difference between civilized and monstrous races during the nascent days of Castanor. He led humanity on marches across Eskin, Bulwar, and Kheterata to wipe out monsters in what was called the Second Great Cleansing. At the march in Anbennar, people dress up as Kheteratan legions, wearing furs to symbolize the gnolls slaughtered by his legions, along with feathers in their helmets for the many harpies slain in Bulwar. What started as a localized debate over remembering history soon turned into a nationwide conflict. Many harpies and gnolls were shocked to discover just how many Kheteratans still saw Beastbane as a hero to humanity, where in their eyes he was a genocidal maniac who caused untold destruction. Families were splitting over the debates, harpies leaving human-dominated settlements to return to the mountains in Kheteratan. Gnollish merchants were refusing to sell to humans. Duwarkani was being torn apart from the inside. He's a hero. No, he was the real monster. No, he was absolutely the real monster. There's no world in which we are a nation that has fully integrated harpies and gnolls. And the ruler is a harpy, and we go, yeah, actually, Beastbane's kind of sick, dude. It was really cool when Beastbane did mass genocide across multiple continents. I was like, yeah, dude, sure. No. He was the real monster. Through and through. We are under no illusions here in Duwarkani. We understand what was happening. You lost the Yapping. What is the news? The news is that Pesto the penguin, the big emperor penguin in Australia, is molting. So he's going to get his waterproof feathers soon. And he's going to start swimming, which is huge. A dynasty consecrated. The experiment worked. Born today was the future of Duwarkani and the future of the Menkensuit dynasty. Blessed by Elaket and Niraket with the magical potential to protect all her people. With this power, never again will the people of Duwarkani suffer. A new legal heir of 555 becomes the heir, and we get a blessed dynasty until the end of the game, giving all heirs of the Menkensuit dynasty have a significantly improved chance to be a powerful mage. On top of that, we also have the Tower of Muakar, which means that when the young heir will study magic, our heirs will study magic at the academy as a child, increasing their starting magic schools. And it also increases the number of positive events we get when studying magic. This is a gift. This is good, because our ruler is also 72. Our dynasty lives a long time. I noticed that. Administering a tributary network. Just lose the Diplo points. We're fine. Did that say Ming in there? Did the event say Ming? I think it said Ming in the event. What is the blue spot under the central lake? Blue spot under the central lake. Blue spot under this one? The smaller lake? Right here? Move in. You follow up. Guess we got it though. Move to the next siege. Hunting for Grillax. As tensions between humanity and the other races in Duwarkani rose, one particular point of contention had come to the forefront: the location of the Pit of Grillax. After Beastbane liberated Kheteratan in 570 BA, he set out with a Kheteratan legion to hunt for the mythical birthplace of all monsters. The Pit of Grillax was a supposed portal to the plane of demons from which all monsters emerged. Beastbane's legions never returned, but that did not stop the rumors of this location persisting. The most popular version of the story is that Beastbane's legion did find the pit and continued to stand guard over its entrance so that Halan would not be swamped by monsters forevermore. If we can disprove this theory and track down the path taken by the Kheteratan Legion, perhaps that would end the debate. The idea of tracking down a path taken by a single legion over 2,000 years ago is fanciful, but it got a boost when archivists in Korashesh uncovered letters from a legionnaire on Beastbane's travels who wrote about traveling into the area known today as Gazrak. Both sides of the Isle support scouring the area for clues, albeit for very different reasons. If we can find evidence of Beastbane's legion's graves and no Grillax, we know their quest was always based on a myth. If we find the pits of Grillax, however, begin the hunt. We get +2 national unrest and a permanent claim on the Gazrak region, which we are currently at war to take. I think what we want to do is return the cores to our subject here. And then I cannot take the trolls stuff yet. That's fine. This mission tree is in the bid bucket, yes. Wait, why can't I take this? I can't make it a core? What? What you talking about? Yes, I can. It's connected to my vassal. You're crazy. I can do whatever I want. Turn off this edict. Need to develop with mill points. Like to develop some devastation away. That way I can start to recover my prosperity and my mandate a little bit faster. I'm going to throw in the rest of our money here to finishing the Decadent Twins because it says that it's going to reduce the cat and their activities will be less disruptive. I don't know if that means I'm not going to get obliterated by them anymore or what that means, but it sounds good for me, and therefore I'm going to do it. Well, that a huge lore is in a mission tree is some obscure-ass nation. Well, to be fair, it's only obscure right now, number one, because it's new. But number two, that's every mission tree. What do you mean? Every mission tree that has any kind of lore in it is hidden in just some random mission tree. Well, I think it's good. I think that's actually a good thing. Because it means that you need to play a whole bunch of the mod in order to get the full lore of everything, which, I don't know, makes sense in my mind. Oh, the Gnome's Archive's maxed out. Not yet. If this heir dies, I'm going to cry. I'm reloading. I'm reloading because it was given to us by a mission, and therefore is important to the mission tree. Copium. 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 All of you need to be brought together. I need to go around and redevelop, I think. Oh no, we're good. There is this down here, though, where I need to consider building some forts in order to make sure that the prosperity down here is kept. I'm seeing that I need a fort in this province as well in order to keep that up and running. That is a lot of devastation you've got there in Nazini. That is something. That is something. Not a bird because you're playing harpies and they are birds. You know what? You bring up a good point. When you think about it, I'm just role-playing better. I'm embracing the role-play. You need to go contest here. You need to keep moving, though. You don't have cannons, which is a bit of a mistake. No reason for you not to have cannons. Gnolls offer to fight. As a result of the benevolent policies of our state towards the Gnollish population of Duwarkani, the vast majority of Gnolls regard the Empress as not merely their ruler, but the leader of their pack. For a Gnoll, this designation carries a primal obligation of loyalty. The duty inspires the Gnolls that adhere to it to vast heights of devotion and innovation, in service to the Empress personally. Recently, this has had the result of a group of Gnolls, with all the required equipment purchased by themselves, presenting themselves at Duwarkani to fight in our forces. The majority view is that we cannot but benefit from integrating them into our army. After all, Gnolls are renowned as unparalleled shock troops. Okay, yeah, but that is a lot of money. That is a lot of money, though. I'm gonna say no. I don't need them. It's the thing. So I want to cut people off from taking anything else inside the swamp. I don't need those 2 provinces, but I do need this. I'm already going to have to fight this guy for these 2. And then we know we need that province. Right? Yeah. We can do that. Switch this over. We could throw in our -5% war score cost versus different religions as well. That gives us pretty much nothing, but we give 1 other core back. No. Sounds good to me. We'll pick a fight. That should be enough war score. Boom and boom. On the other hand, I could just return all the cores to my subject and not take any of this stuff in here, but rather ensure that the swamp belongs to me. This here is my swamp. Right, let's fulfill the mission. His trail located. We found a clue. From the clues laid out in the papers collected in the library of Koroshesh, we know where Beastbane's legion went to find the supposed location of the pits of Grillax. In Gazrak lies an ancient genie construction where supposedly the portal to the plane of demons was opened and all the monstrous people emerged. The idea is clearly fanciful, but if we can find the location of where his legion died, perhaps it will end the instability. And we can end this hateful theory that all monsters come from some mythical dimension of demons. The event Beastbane's tomb happens, and we gain a permanent claim on the Shadow Swamp. Much of the genie complex of Esu Vrem has been scoured by the field-stalker Null populace, harvesting the valuable metals that permeate its halls. Deep within its confines is a large hall. Our expedition found a tomb emblazoned with what was unmistakably the Silver Dragon of Castanor. We found it, Beastbane's final resting place. A journal lay next to his body, many of the pages damaged, but on it was written in ancient form of Common, the written language of Castanor. Genie largely ignored our presence, unfussed by our search. Castan ordered several of our party to the lower depths to find the pit of Grillax. I imagine it will simply head to the surface to search for food, if not abandon the party entirely, as many have already. Insist that the World Tree must be the source of all beasts, as it was in Eskin. This sent Dostor into a fit of rage, detailing the many altering tales of what his birthplace of beasts truly resembles. Burn the tree and the shadows will dissipate. Come to the conclusion that there is no home to return to, for my home is by Castan. Bury him here, and hope the gnolls do not feast on. Here lies Castan II. L, bro. L. Castan's dumbass just ended up here. Alright, well, there's Beastbane. But we must destroy the Hag's control, own the core province of Spriggy 20. The Shadow Root Matriarch World Tree at the center of the Shadow Swamp has been freed from the Hag's control and purified. Okay. What do you mean every other member of Beastbane's legion has accepted their fate? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Hold on. They're dead. What do you mean they've accepted their fate? What could you possibly mean by that? It seems the dead do not rest. Give me that discipline guy. Give him all to level 3. Could take a new tech early. Mill tech. At least if you wanted to genocide the monster, you could have finished the job and destroyed the swamp. Well, what it sounds like is that people were abandoning the company. They didn't have the resources they needed, and they were just bleeding men here. And then, eventually, he got. We don't know how he died, though. Maybe we'll never know. Maybe we'll never know what truly killed Castan Beastbane, other than his own hubris. Real, like, Custer's Last Stand vibes coming from that guy. Let's get some mill dev down. Boom and boom. Maybe they mean you'll find their journals without accepting. Oh, about accepting. Maybe. Ratuk is dead. I don't know how Pratuk somehow... Are you allied to Nadurbu? No. I don't know how Nadurbu was able to annex Pratuk, but it did take a bunch of their stuff, unfortunately. Karashan is going kind of crazy with it right now. Zulbar will become a tributary, so let's do that. Oh my god, the trolls own stuff down here still. Is there anyone else that would like to become my subject? Yes. Damastus. They technically do not own anything, any course, so sure. Lil bro traveled thousands of miles just to die in a cave? Yeah. To die in a cave surrounded by no one. Why will you not join? You have debt. It's a distant war. Okay. Why will you not join here? Syrian has a truce with Tlucht. Till when? 1579. We're going to go to war. Why did my forcement drop so much? Number one. Number two, what happened to my economy? Wasn't I making like 100 ducats a month? What the heck? My economy disappeared. Just like Castan Beastbane. Did it also go die in a cave somewhere? Is that also what happened? Advisor? I mean, yeah, I guess I'm paying for more advisors, sure, but still, it's 100 ducats. It just disappeared. Scammed. That's what I say. Been scammed. Okay, changing cultures. That's great. Wonderful. Now, Elizna has 68 ships. Let's send one stack up to help out. I have 30 admin points. 30. Sorry, not admin points. Oh, well, I do have at least 30 admin points. No, I have 30 ships, heavy ships. I'm hoping that's enough to, at the very least, distract. Really need to build a temple in Nairat. Decree time? No. Decree is still up. I do like that monthly autonomy change. Yep. People are declaring war on the trolls. Ezel Morag is development of veneering, though. L Deepwoods. Want to have an army near the island? I do. That is the plan. That is the plan. Lambert, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. You just missed what happened to Castan Beastbane. He took the L, believe it or not. When he disappeared, yeah, he died. He didn't make it very far. But we did just figure out what happened to him. And now we just have a couple more things to do. Next dip tech got heavy ships. And von Hattington, you are correct. It do give us that heavy ships. Did that just say that Isagumse had refugees of lizards? Yeah. They're not lizards. I thought they were lizards. They are not. They are not lizards. They do not like them. You choose to believe he slays demons in the Shadow Realm? No, I think he's dead. I think he deserves it. I think he deserves it. Okay. Castan Beastbane. Not the Castan to look up to, in my opinion. Karaga. Yeah, I can do some Diplo Dev there. We can make that work. That's fine. Give me 800 ducats. I want to upgrade the Library of Korashesh. +1 random candidate bonus. I mean, that's great. We're not a republic, though. But does it still apply to our dudes? Is that be kind of cool? He is not trapped with the demons. The demons are trapped with him. I mean, yeah. That would be correct, I suppose. Now we have to get all these level 1 centers of trade upgraded. Not that I have the merchants to do anything with. Trade ideas would be a pretty good next choice. I will take Miltech on the year tech here. Okay, that calls in Sariant. Take Miltech 15. Upgrade to... Well, our Aheti do more shock damage, so we should keep going with shock damage. The Resurgent Feathered Paladins. That also sounds badass. At Kheterata's various apexes, the Nezri Harpies provided soldiers that occupied a protected military caste known as Sowat Kurgar, or Feathered Paladins. Stalwart warriors adorned in golden armor, they oversaw the unending and dizzying mountain ranges that buttress the Saros watersheds. As the bronze domain of Aramul occupied these strategic ingresses, they rewarded the religious flyers with glory and support, and in one fell swoop, Aket's chosen earned grateful and valiant allies. With holy spells and imposing shields, the Sowat Kurgar thrashed foes and protected pilgrims across Ketapura. They also just sound cool. Take the special time insane to go to the ass end of Sarhal to kill monsters. It does. It does. And it didn't work. It didn't work. Go figure, you know? Like, oh, you mean going into the middle of nowhere? Thousands of miles from your home? You didn't do that successfully? Oh man, imagine. I will own this island, I swear to you. Should have been standing right here. But doesn't matter. We have crossed, people. We have crossed. And now the boats can retreat. I'm glad I spent all that money on a navy. That's about the extent of their use. There we go. Yippee. And now we just need to wait for the truce with the trolls to be done. We might truce break, to be honest with you. Do I need to own all of it? Nope, I don't. We just truce break here? I think we just truce break. I don't know why we wouldn't. I either wait 11 years or I just kill him. Well, hold on. Yeah. Frick 'em. Our stab is dirt cheap. 10. It's literally maxed out. Oh no. Oh no. We lost a couple admin points. Get in there. Come on, boys. We've got trolls to conquer. Goblin Minister? Exemplar. Exemplar Goblin. 10 admin stab is insane. Yeah, and I don't even have a scary magic guy. What are they called? Brain work. Brain work. Brain work. Lich. But when you become a lich, the thing... Witch King. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. We're not even a Witch King. We're just built different. A benign ritual. The Gnolls of Duwarkani have long since given up their worship of the Jazab cult, but some of the older, more benign traditions of the cult continue in more isolated communities. For example, sacrificing animals and painting blood across your fur in a ritual to ward off demons. This ritual can leave stained fur and the patterns associated with the Jazab cult, which a keen eye would be able to recognize. The problem is it is difficult for even the well-informed to recognize the difference between a benign marking used to ward off demons and the markings of those gnolls who are trying to summon demons. Kheteratans are, as a general rule, not well informed on the differences between Jazab cultist rituals. When one gnoll was found in a market with said markings, the crowd held an impromptu trial to condemn the gnoll for trying to summon a Jazab. To add to the controversy, the gnoll was decapitated in front of the cheering crowd by a man dressed as Castan II, complete with the emblems of the Silver Dragon of Castanor. Word of this spread like wildfire across the Gnollish communities, who are furious that one of their people were the victims of such a cruel extrajudicial killing and have started demanding compensation. That's fair. That's fair. They you know, people that did that, they kind of done goofed. Alpha Lyra, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Can Kheteratans just not be racist for like 2 seconds? Literally 2 seconds. That's all I'm asking for. Just be chill and normal for like 2 seconds. Okay, you become my tributary. And you become my tributary. Here we go. Syrians shouldn't be able to join, right? Since they're Defender of the Faith, they shouldn't get called in afterwards. I guess I didn't really think that through. But I'm pretty sure that's how that works. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Bum, 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 bum. I need an advisor. Great efficiency. Okay, are you willing to peace out? Yes, you are. Finally. Finally, we own the island of Alizna. Oh. Build those governing capacity buildings. You need to make your way to this fort. You can move in from the other side. Our general on this siege is gone. And I need to take this province, Spriggy 20. And then we'll start taking forts and stuff. Not that I think it matters. I think this is the last war we're going to need to do. Somewhere is a pirate haven. Oh no. Oh no, whatever shall I do? They have pirates. If only I cared. If only. Cosplay and LARPing really are a gateway to gratuitous violence. Well, you know, I don't know what kind of LARPing you know about, but that is not the kind that I have heard of. But, I mean, sure, yeah, I guess. Pop off. Why not? Okay, I'm going to start upgrading these just so I stop getting the pop-up. Why is everyone in S going to want to be a Lich King? A Witch King? Because it gives you a lot of power. That's why. Magic corrupts. That's why. People like power. Magic gives you power. And if you are stronger than everyone else, what are they going to do to stop you? And if you can vaporize someone by casting a fireball, then they can't exactly criticize you. At least not very effectively. Pleasure barge on the move. Well, the good news is the pleasure barges don't give devastation anymore. The bad news is they still obliterate the development. So, yay, I guess. They're not as bad, but still make me very sad. Excellent. Okay. Down here. Come on, trolls. Time for you to just end this war. It's Jover for you. It's never been more Jover. Please. Please. Let me leave this war. I just gained Satropy against someone. You. Because now our subject borders them. But I don't really have an interest in going and fighting them. So, no thanks. You move down here. Truce with Eberthil is up, but not a big deal since Deshek is our subject now. They won't get declared on. Will we start a new run today? No, I don't think we'll start a new run today. Didn't realize that we were this close to being done. No, our leader died. That was bound to happen at some point. In 8 years, we'll get our leader back. And there'll be a powerful mage. It'll be good. Have you thought about next run, Anbennar or Mayo or other? I have not thought about it, no. To be honest with you. I have not thought about it, but I know that there's a lot of new Anbennar content. A vote on who to play next? Well, I'll tell you, the vote will pretty much always go to Anbennar. Well, as of who to play next? I don't know. There's a lot of new content out there. A lot of new content. A variety game? You guys can watch me play Deadlock. That's what you guys want to do, right? You guys want to see me play a MOBA. But not League of Legends specifically. That's what everybody's asking for. The PoeMU community clamors for the MOBAs. We'll take all that. And we... Ooh, I'm 158% overextended. That's, that is certainly a decision that I made. That is an active decision that I made. I definitely did not realize... Duwarkani is very fun lock. Yeah, we could go into Bulwar. We could do that. But like now we've done 2 runs down in this area. So I don't know if I want to go immediately into Bulwar. Might be fun to go do something different. Big Abrams enjoyer? No. Look, man. Look, Kelvin is my bread and butter. I love playing Kelvin, dude. And I know that makes so many people so mad. But it's so funny. It's so funny to stack up slowing and just hit someone with your beam and then they just can't run away from a team fight. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. I love Kelvin, dude. Ivy's very fun too. But yeah, I play a lot of Kelvin. Yeah, give the goblins whatever they want. I just gave up 5 mandate like an idiot. Vengeance for Kheteratan? What? Relations between humans and gnolls for the most part have been tense to say the least. This has been so ever since the gnolls and humans first interacted. The Ahati, who see in the gnolls nothing but invaders and despoilers, are even more hateful towards these furry inhabitants of the Salahad. And a band of Ahati have shown this hatred through pure slaughter and destruction by attacking a gnollish village in Aketa. They have burned the dwellings, killed not just the men, but the women and children too. None have been spared, and the smoke of death and destruction can be seen from far away. While some villages have been lost already, some are still intact, and so we can intervene if we wish to. Stopping them would anger the Ahati, but improve our standing with our gnollish subjects. We can also look the other way and let the Ahati rage rain down upon the gnolls as they please. Why? Why? No. You're in the wrong Kheterata for this, Ahati. Achievement run? Achievement run is an idea. It was something that I brought up. Lots of achievements I'd like to do. Don't know which one I'd want to go after. Checking out the face-stealing orc vampires we talked about. That could be cool. Is all their localization in? I mean, it is kind of, you know, bulwark, but it sounds interesting. Achievements are for tryhards? Achievements are for cool people. Localization is in. Well, then maybe we do that. That could be interesting. Or Grunstanad. I don't know if I'm ready to go back into the mines. Am I ready to go back into the mines? Am I ready to deal with this? I don't know if I'm ready to deal with that. How do you even play as Grunstanad? Do you have to start as Rajan Haga, and then you go as the Dwarven Formable, and then you have to take Grunstanad? Is that how that works? Lost sight of Mother Niraka? What is happening? The harpies and humans of the Duwarkani army may fight side by side, but at camp they normally live and sleep in separate sections. The many defensive magical wards placed on the Nezri harpy before they go into battle has made them appear almost otherworldly to the humans, with glowing eyes and feathers that rustle even when no wind blows. It takes one truly devoted to the cause of Mother Niraket to become a Nezri harpy paladin, and that level of religious fervor only adds to the difficulty for the two sides to hold a conversation. This hasn't been a problem in the past, but recently the humans have started calling them creepy, or even worse, monsters, with the legacy of Beastbane looming large in the society currently. To be called monsters has greatly offended the harpies who join our armies. At first, only a few protested, but the situation erupted into a full-blown revolt, with many harpies expressing the desire to leave the army altogether. Well, I'm not going to force them to fight, but it is a sad day. Hey, can we stop doing this? Can we stop? Can we stop being racist to the gnolls and the harpies, please? I'd really appreciate it if we could not do that. Also, we need to accept Swamp Troll, in the hope that that gets troll tolerance up higher, which it does. There's a bunch of cores done. Unfortunately, Spriggy 20 is not one of the cores. Could focus on trolls? We could, for sure. But the other missions have given us tolerance of trolls. Ahati loyalty is 60 or greater. Oh, damn. Alright, well, we can start building that up. This takes time. Is there a disaster available? No. No, like, special disaster. Okay. The Shadowroot Matriarch World Tree at the center of the Shadow Swamp has been freed from Hag's control and purified. Purify the Matriarch. The Shadowroot Matriarch of the Shadow Swamp has for a long time been tortured by the Hags, draining its power for their own twisted plans. We have now liberated the tree, but the bindings of the Hags are still present. If we can remove them, we might get rid of the last bit of Hag influence in the swamp. Starts the construction of the great project Purified Shadowroot Matriarch. Destroys the Shadowroot Matriarch. Okay. Well, let's start upgrading that. Seems to be pretty important. Destroy the Hag's control. Castan Beastbane may have been wrong about the pits of Grillax, but he did inadvertently lead us to the answer on how to end the spread of the Shadow Swamp's curse. At its center stands a great world tree from which a connection to the Shadow Plane is formed. The Night Hags have somehow manipulated this tree to release the shadows from the plane of death to our own plane. If we can slay free the world tree from the Hag's control, its draining effects on the swamp could be cleansed. We gain 2 stab, and the hunting for Grillax will be removed. We unlock a decision to send an expedition to the Shadow Plane. Then we have the Shadow Troll Guide. We've accepted a troll culture. They are at least coexistent, and we own 15 provinces. One mystery still hangs over our nation: the idea that all monsters came from another plane to terrorize the civilized peoples. Despite a lack of evidence of the literal pit of Grillax, the remaining defenders of Beastbane claim the portal to the Shadow Plane is a metaphorical pit of Grillax. They use the Shadow Swamps as evidence as the latest beasts to emerge from the Shadow Plane. The Castanorian Legion may not know of any origin of beasts, but that does not mean we can't continue our search of the Shadow Plane for any evidence of the Shadow Swamp troll birthplace. Being native to the Shadow Swamp, trolls found the Shadow Plane less disconcerting, and even knew of some of the tricks to fend off unwanted attention from its denizens. With various wards painted onto their bodies, the latest expedition ventured away from the path that led towards the Castanorian encampment and towards a distant white castle the red-robed figures have been seen walking towards. Yet, partway into the trek, the trolls started to veer off course into a forest of dead trees, as though a voice was commanding them. Despite the rest of the group's protestations, the trolls continued to veer off the path, with the rest having no alternative but to follow, for they did not trust their own ability to return to the portal back to the plane of the living. Soon the group came to a grove filled with red-petaled flowers, their color incredibly striking in this otherwise monochrome world. There in the middle, smoking a knobbly old pipe, sat the most gruesome-looking hag one had ever seen. She took a long smoke of her pipe held in one hand while beckoning the trolls forward with her warty finger. The lead troll started to step forward in a dreamlike fashion until he dropped a talisman he was holding in his hand, a symbol of Niraket. The troll blinked, looked down at the talisman, then slowly bent down, picked it up, placed it around his neck, then pointed a finger at the hag. "You have no control over me anymore, Lady Smoketusk. You may have created us, but we are now free to choose our own dreams." The defiance in his words belayed an obvious terror beneath his voice. The hag cackled in response. "I could wrap you all around this finger once again, as if your presence here was not proof of that. Or did you choose to come here? I sincerely doubt that." She cackled again and took another large puff from her pipe. "I simply have no more use for you. I have no need for tools who cannot protect a world tree." The hag stood up, tossed her pipe into the air where it grew into a walking stick before falling back into her hand. She turned and started to walk away before turning back. "Oh, and I did not create your kind. I simply purchased you, bought from a giant in exchange for an enchanted bow. Perhaps I should have kept the bow. Would have been more useful against the harpies than your kind was." She shot a look of pure hate at the rest of the party before limping away into the blackness of the forest. We can choose our own destiny. We gain a large tolerance increase of trolls. We also have enter the Shadow Plane, 1,000 ducats and 10 infantry in Spriggy 20. Let's walk over there. We'll have the money here soon. A new Ketarch has been appointed. 50% army drill gain is crazy, so I will choose that. That is nuts. And then I'll just take a loan. Ooh, government reform. Hold on. Legitimation of power. An extra promoted culture is kind of cool. Less years of separatism, kind of nice. Go less years of separatism. Not that it really matters. Right. Enter the Shadow Plane. At the center of the Shadow Swamp lies the Shadow Root Matriarch, a world tree connected to our plane of existence to the Shadow Plane. Although we have driven out the Night Hags, the centuries of torture they conducted on the tree has weakened the barrier between planes. With enough portable magical barriers, we should be able to send our forces into the Shadow Plane to learn more about the true nature of the world. He lives? Happens in 90 days? Who lives? Ain't no way. Ain't no way Beastbane's still kicking around. Ain't no way. We kill this dude. He does not leave the shadow plane, and we kill every other member of the expedition to make sure nobody says anything. No way. He lives. While less immediately hostile than the Shadow Swamp, the unsettling stink of death hovers over everything in the Shadow Plane, one that you feel in your soul more than your physical senses. Red-robed figures stalk its plains, ghostly figures of the dead wander, sometimes silently grabbing at one of our soldiers and dragging them out of sight. Distant white castles are all one can see through the ever-present fog. Why did we go here? What could we possibly hope to find? The Pit of Grillax? As horrid as this place may be, there is no chance this could be the birthplace of anything. All that comes from here is death. Suddenly, up ahead, something completely unlike anything else in this monochrome environment was spotted. A campfire. How anyone found materials to burn here was beyond our explorer's knowledge, but the figures around the camp were clearly not of this realm either. They were human. Haggard, yes, but living and breathing. As our band approached them, the group drew their swords and shouted at us in what sounded like an old form of Khenorian common. Whenever they shouted, it was not friendly. We had come too far, though, to not get answers from the first people in this plane we could potentially communicate with. One Korosheshi soldier who studied linguistics at Anbennar in his youth trepidatiously moved forward alone and yelled to the group, "We come in peace. We come here on a quest to stem the flow of shadow into our world. Do you have any information that could help us?" The group looked at each other, their eyes eventually settling on one especially grizzled-looking individual in their midst. The man stepped forward and walked towards the Korosheshi soldier, sword still gripped firmly in hand. The faded symbol on his breastplate becoming clearer. The Silver Dragon of Castanor. I am Castan the Second, commander of this legion and king of Castanor. If you are looking to stem the flow of shadow, simply look behind you at those beasts you brought here. He lives. Bro, he's still alive? He's been hanging out in the shadow plane for 2,000 years? I mean, I know that time works differently in planes of shadow usually, but that's crazy. Duwarkani gets Beastbane lives until the end of the game, plus 200% stab cost modifier. We have to kill him. We have to kill him. But at the same time, the amount of historical value that there is in keeping all these people alive is insane. The things that Castan the Second Beastbane could tell you about what life was like at that time period is nutty. That would be like if Caesar was still alive and kicking around. Like, we would want to talk to him. We would want to keep him alive as much as possible. The rest of his life would be telling historians what went on. Tell him of Eskin he will die in a heart attack. Ooh, yeah, nobody tell him about his empire. Nobody tell him about his empire. Now I need every member of Beastbane's Legion has accepted their fate. Trolls in the Ahati. So I need the Ahati loyalty to go up. He's still alive! Are we going to bring him back, though? That's the question. Also, how are we going to explain to him that, like, he's racist? That he was wrong. Like, he was just straight up wrong. Trolls had nothing to do with the shadow. Harpies have nothing to do with the shadow. Centaurs have nothing to do with it. They're not from here. They don't do nothing. If anything, he's more of a being of shadow than anybody else because he's been there for 2,000 years. I think he knows he's racist. Yeah, he probably does. He probably does. The Legion and Harpies. The revelation that Castan Beastbane was alive sent shockwaves across Duwarkani. We told everybody? The furor of his legacy was only just started to die down, and this threatened to reignite the controversy. What was he doing in the Shadow Plane? Was he dead? Whose grave was found at Esuvrem? These questions couldn't be left unanswered, so a second expedition entered the Shadow Plane, retracing the steps to the Castanorian camp. Fewer non-humans went this time, and kept a distance away from the camp, prepared to rush in should the situation get violent. The second attempt at diplomacy started well. Castan sat back while his second-in-command, a man by the name of Dostor, spoke to the expedition about the dangers to look out for when traversing the Shadow Plane. His language grew more colorful as he spoke, becoming more animated, evidently delighted at the opportunity to speak to someone other than the small band of men that made up the last members of Beastbane's Legion. The Red Reapers are not a threat. Sure, they can rip your soul from your flesh in a flash, but they are far too busy with their own business to bother with a mortal like yourself. If you get in your way, though, they will hunt you down like a harpy after the one man who bathes. He tipped his head back and barked out a laugh before catching himself and shooting a look over the various non-human soldiers standing some distance away. The awkwardly long silence was eventually broken by Caston. In Bulwar, we found so many villages whose entire fit male population had been taken by harpies. Husbands and sons taken, mothers left to try to care not just for their children, but for the elderly men who the beasts had no interest in. Many of the towns were completely empty. We never knew if they had fled after their men were taken by harpies, or the gnolls had simply murdered them all. This is the fate of all who live alongside beasts. You consider those monsters your allies. To them, you are their playthings, and they will dispose of you when they tire. I think today's conversation is over. Yeah, okay, Grandpa. Alright, Grandpa. Whatever you need. When are we going to tell Caston that it's actually a harpy who's in charge? Who wants to tell him? Prominent Aheti. The Aheti, as far as we know, are the most skilled fighters in the Salahad and beyond. Good. Also, I can sell titles here to complete trolls in the Aheti. Mother Niraket weeps for all, but even the most devout believers in Niraketism found it hard to sympathize with the trolls of Yazel Mora. For centuries, they ravaged the lands of Sarhal, plunging regions into despair. Now we know their actions were being guided by the Night Hags. They are victims of their evil, and each one that died as they were sent to destroy Sarhal were wept for as much as anyone else was. Even knowing this, the trolls have struggled to find a place in our society. Some have even suggested that they should be driven from our nation entirely. Centuries of living under the guidance of the Night Hags mean they are not capable of assimilating into our modern society. Is there even a place for trolls in our nation? Yes, there is. The most unlikely of places, too. Members of the Aheti Brotherhood have increasingly been hiring trolls as bodyguards, personal retainers, and even soldiers to fight alongside them in battle. The trolls themselves, meanwhile, have found a place where their strength is valued, where they can gain respectability, and where they can send their wages back to their families who still live in the Shadow Swamp. We need to encourage this, as already dissenting voices have emerged that insist trolls joining the Aheti should be illegal. Till the end of the game, our Aheti regiments get minus 20% shock damage received. And when trolls become integrated, we get another bonus. That's crazy. Let's focus trolls to see if we can get them up to integrated so we can find out what that is. That's crazy, though. Our infantry is nuts. Our entire military is nuts. This is probably the most good guy protagonist energy of any Ket state. Well, let's not go too crazy yet. We don't know what we're going to do with Beastbane. We know the Beastbane's still there. We're just not bringing him back yet. We don't know what to do with him. It's just, you know, he's kind of racist. Time to integrate everyone except for hobgoblins? No, we can integrate hobgoblins too. Tomb of the Castonorian Soldier. While Caston himself had little interest in talking with our expeditions, the other members of his small legion were more open. They spoke of their quest to find the Pit of Grillax, going off increasingly vague clues to various locations in eastern Sarhal. The final goal had been to enter the Shadow Swamp, find the World Tree that they had been told was at its center, and burn it to the ground. This was what they had done with the World Tree in Eskin to fight the influence of the Fae, and it was theorized torching the World Tree here would end the spread of monsters into the human world. Not that we ever found the tree, Dostor said, glancing over his shoulder to ensure Caston was not within earshot. It wasn't until your strange party of beasts and men arrived that I learned it did exist. I don't know how we missed it, or how we ended up here. I've always said the doors to the lands of death swung right open when they saw us approaching, recognizing all our contributions to their lands. He swung back his head and laughed again, with a few other members of the Legion also grimly chuckling. What could have possibly compelled your merry gang to come to this place anyway, he asked. One of the group explained finding the tomb of Esuvrem, assuming it was Beastbane inside, and brought forward the journal that was found there. As Dostar thumbed through it, his hands started to shake. When he spoke again, it was in a much softer tone than his usual. The journal belonged to Rajek, a fellow legionnaire who left this camp to find water a long time ago and never returned. I had not thought of him in ages. His voice began to tremble. That tomb was my brother's. He was a true believer in Caston and in Castonor. He did not want his grave to have his own name. He simply wanted it to say that he was a true soldier of Caston. With a jolt, he grabbed the translator by the arm and pulled him in. His name was Tomar. You must remember his name. You must mourn his death. I cannot cry anymore. This place robs you of that ability. You must do it for me. We will mourn for you. As long as you stop being racist. the mourning comes at a cost. You have to stop being racist. You have to stop hating harpies and gnolls and trolls for no reason, okay? Then we will shed tears. But only then. Only then. That's not going to happen. It's never too late. It's never too late. We can bring them back. Yes. Get trolls up to tolerance. Integrated. The Aheti. Trolls in the Aheti. Gives us 15% manpower recovery speed. So we get minus 20% shock damage received on our Aheti troops, and then 15% manpower recovery speed. The Legion's numbers grow thin. The next expedition to the Shadow Plane was much smaller. It had become clear the Legion had not found any pit of Grillax, and it seemed our attempt to purify the Shadowroot Matriarch was already having an effect on the swamp, was slowly returning to the plants there. The number of members of the Legion had also been dropping. Castan was still there, and still refusing to speak to anyone, but Dostar was nowhere to be found. Nobody would tell the expedition what happened, although they did shoot glances over at a river of smoke that flowed near the camp. By its banks lay discarded armor emblazoned with a silver dragon. Those left were less conversational, but were eager to listen to our expedition, almost no matter the subject. One younger soldier was going through the many talismans he was wearing and explaining what each one was for. This one protects against fire. It has a small core of Dameseer at its center. Isn't that interesting? This one is from my hometown in Samsung Bat. It doesn't have any magical properties, but it reminds me of home. This is a symbol of Niraket. With this at my side, it lets me know that she will protect me, care for me if I am injured in battle, and care for my soul if I do die. Oh, this was made by my wife. You can see the feather inside. That's one of her own. She's a harpy, you see. And, well... The soldier stuttered to stop as he realized what he was saying. He looked at the legionnaire he was speaking to, whose facial expression hasn't moved. Then he pointed at one of the talismans. Tell me more about this one. You said she'll tend to my soul when I pass on. Do I just need to hold it? The young soldier stared in shock before taking the talisman off and handing it to the legionnaire. You can have it if you want. You don't need to hold it, though. Mother Niraket weeps for all her children. It's just that holding it reminds me of that, and it can give me strength when I'm afraid, and... His voice faded away as the legionnaire examined the talisman. For everyone, he asked. Even monsters? Yes. Well, I mean, we don't call harpies and gnolls monsters like you do, but yes, she weeps for them too. The legionnaire smiled grimly and said nothing. She weeps for all. The troll toll. Sure. Even for you. Every other member of Beastbane's Legion has accepted their fate. How many have we sent to the Shadow Plane? Not through the portal, but through our spears, our cannons, our talons and claws. How many would we have to kill so that Mother Niraket would no longer mourn our passing? Does she truly weep for all? Even for him. The Castanite encampment was empty. Its fire burnt out. The only member left was Castan II, standing a long way outside the encampment next to the smoky river. Beneath the smoke, you could see ghostly figures drift slowly downstream. Under them, you just about make out the riverbed with a variety of objects at the bottom. One of them was a Niraketis talisman. Castan spotted the band as they approached, nodding to acknowledge their presence, but did not shoot his usual looks towards the non-human members. Instead, he pointed to one of the figures in the river. That was a lizardfolk soul. I didn't know who they were until I met your band. I had naturally assumed they were another spawn of Agrados, as they were in here with the gnolls and centaurs and harpies, along with the humans and dwarves I had taken as traitors of their race. Why else would they be in this stream? There must be other streams purely for the chosen of Castellos. Beastbane stepped closer to the stream. I searched for the stream for us, the noble Castanorian Legion who defended humanity from the monsters. Yet all streams contain the souls of all sentient beings. Even creatures I do not recognize, like giant walking felines I have observed in this stream. He took another step towards the stream until his foot was almost touching it. Is your nation of Duwarkani like this? All souls drifting together like equals. I still find that impossible to believe. Such a thing would make us no different from the monsters. It would make me a monster for slaying them. We killed so many. I killed so many. Beastbane turned around and for the first time in their meetings addressed the harpy bodyguard who stood alongside the interpreter. Would Niraket shed a tear for even someone like me? Before she could answer, he turned and stepped into the stream. His body faded away, his Castanorian armor dropping to the ground as the stream flowed on. Mother Niraket weeps for all. Duwarkani gets She Weeps for All until the end of the game, +4 tolerance to the True Faith, 20% manpower in True Faith provinces. Beastbane Lives we removed from Duwarkani sent the tolerance of all oppressed races to coexisting. We add in every province with the Holy Nezri Temple, every single race minority size. Every unique Duwarkani estate privilege will no longer cost absolutism. Even for him. And then I don't have enough government reform to do the thing. Army of Halan. And you have to have all races present in your country and integrated. So we can't even do it anyways. We would have to get everybody up to integrated. But eventually you could do it. Well, we cannot do that achievement, but yeah, well, there you go. That's what happens to Castan Beastbane, at least in this timeline, right? If Duwarkani does not rise and become super powerful, I guess he just sits there? Hanging out? Chilling? Is Army of Halan even possible with the Mechanum race and the Bit Bucket? I don't know. I don't know. But I'm not seeing them on the list. So, oh, they are in fact on the list. But I don't know if it'd even be possible or not. He chills was in prison for eternity. Yeah, they're stuck in the shadow plane. They can't leave. He's immortal, sometimes he jumps into a river. Yeah, so time doesn't flow the same way in planes of shadow, usually. Right? It's either much slower or doesn't move at all. And so I guess that's where souls in this universe travel through to get to whatever afterlife they're going through. So he's stuck there. He can't leave. He's become too connected to it, as well as all of his legions. But if you walk into the equivalent of the river Styx, then your soul passes on. So he's stuck there. Do you have some plans for what happens to Beastbane in the victory timeline? I mean, we know he's just sitting there now. All you have to do is go and explore the plane, and eventually someone will find him. What if there's only specific religions that's true for? Well, they said that they saw the souls of anyone. So I don't know. What it could be is that the river is just how your soul is transferred from the main world into your afterlife or wherever you're going. Call me Beastbane time. The only monster is capitalism. Hold on, that'd be the funniest way that he could come back. Can much people grant them access to the purgatory and they were trapped there? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but it's interesting. But I like that mission tree. That was good. That was good. I like that. I also like that you just kind of focus on going up the river and then you go into the Shadow Swamp as well. There's a lot of expansion that we did that we didn't have to do. But yeah, was good. Was good. And then there's like a formable that we can do. We could proclaim the High Ket and become Praketa, and then Niramit becomes our capital, which is right here. Or we can actually reform Kheteratan itself and we change over to Nefiset as well. Make a mystery, glad to hear you liked it. Yeah, no, that was good. I think the writing for the Legionnaires was also very well done. The different afterlives? I don't know. Huge. Kheterata's back, baby. Kheterata's back. All right. That was Duwarkani. Bada bing, bada boom. And we figured out where Castan Beastbane is. I didn't expect that. That was unexpected. But he's hanging around. Well, you know, kind of. Kind of. Kind of wish Anbennar Mysteries had more post-1600 content. They all seem to be designed to end before 1600. Yeah, but the thing is, when mission trees go beyond 1600, a lot of the times it's, number one, hard to pace, right? Because you don't know how fast the player is going to expand. Number two, it can feel like it drags on a lot as well if they do go beyond it, simply because it's just so long. Number three, as a player, for me, when there are mission trees that go beyond 1600, most of the time they don't have you expand in efficient ways. And so I start to really butt heads against the expansion that they want me to do, versus the expansion that's smart to do. But like in this one, anywhere that I wanted to expand to, the mission tree was naturally putting me there, and so it felt good. It felt like I was doing what I wanted to do anyways. I didn't get the Ahati disaster, so you didn't get to meet Aket. You know what? That's okay. I'm fine not having their disaster. It's a flaw in base EU4? Yes, it is. There's a special event for Duwarkani with it? Oh, really? Well, I guess you guys are going to have to go play Duwarkani then, and you're going to have to get the disaster so you can find that content. You like mission tree that flows and just grow. You dislike mission trees where they put time restrictions. Like in 1550, you can do this. Yeah, again, it's trying to pace the mission tree, but a lot of times they can just make it feel overly restrictive. Like if I've already done this, then why can't I just click the mission, right? It's going to give you the event name so you can just fire it. Oh, we could do that too. Do we want to do that? We could do that. Sure. What's the event name? Okay, well, now I got to go back. Hold on. We got to go back to the tick, so I'm still Duwarkani. Oh, I guess it wouldn't matter. Guess it wouldn't matter too much. Unknown command. Well, I guess that's a sign. Do y'all put the U in the flavor? Nope. Event. Aket Revelations. What? Surviving leaders of the Yehedi Rebellion were being far too quiet and assured us they climbed the steps to the gallows. Something wasn't right. I won't read this. If you guys want to pause and read it, that's good. But I don't want to because I didn't get it. But look at that. 20% infantry combat ability on your Yehedi regiments? That's crazy. Your troops in this tag go crazy mode. Absolutely busted. Yes, here's the event if you want to read it. Some formals like Castnor or the like, ones that are super nations which get unlocked naturally after 1600 would be nice. It seems like there's no reason to play till Artificer gets properly unlocked, which is one of the best parts of the mod. Yeah, again, that's just kind of how EU4 works though. Unite Eskin as Rogeria in 1500 to wait 20 to 50 to 100 years. Eskin moment, yeah. Anyone doesn't know what balance is? I disagree. If everybody's super, nobody's super. Plus, it's fun. It's fun to have super strong troops, right? And go kick ass. It's fun. It's one low-key reason you like the Yin Kwan's mission tree. Wait for the rending? Nah, you get to start that early. We do eventually have to go back to Yin Kwan. You do think more nations need early artifice? There needs to be a way to unlock it early because the updated artifice mechanics are really fun and should be more available. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree. Artificery is cool. So, getting access to it in some way, shape, or form would be nice. What if... I don't know if this is possible. What if it could be unlocked by innovative ideas? Can you have it to where an idea group can unlock an estate? Like the last part of Inno ideas, if you complete that, then it fires an event or something, and then you can get access to artificers that way. A decision? Yeah, maybe it gives a decision. I just feel like in some way they should be able to do that, but I don't know if that's even like possible within the code. 100 Inno. I don't know if it should be tied to 100 Inno necessarily, but tied to Inno ideas would be a decent idea. Issue then is, why would you not take Inno ideas? Because I don't even like Inno ideas all that much. To be honest with you. Religious is a very good idea group. Admin is still the best admin group of all of them, literally ever. Yeah, you would take infrastructure if you're in the Serpent Spine because you're throwing if you don't. So like there are other admin ideas that are definitely worth taking. But if it unlocked Artificers, why would you not take it? I mean, you don't have to do Artificers, right? You don't have to do it. Arumba crying somewhere right now? Probably. Think about Factorio run that he's doing. I'm not watching it, but I see that he's been playing it. I don't know. Maybe it's not just tied to Inno ideas. Maybe you need Inno and, well, once you have Inno ideas, you're going to get to 100 anyways. I don't know, but just some way to unlock Artificers that is not wait until 1650 or whatever. Swine Inno or OP with Siege modifier? I mean, true. It is. You go Inno ideas. Inno offensive espionage is a very strong combo. But taking the same 3 idea groups all the time is not necessarily great. For fun, in my opinion. Why take Inno when I could take funny boat memes? Exactly. Exactly. What, am I going to go naval maritime Inno? You do? I mean, I guess it makes sense because you're going to get the Inno for maritime and naval. Maybe have like the blood court where it can spread to your tag. Yeah, but that sucks. Trying to spread around vampires sucks. And it's just pure RNG if the AI is going to give it to you or not. So like, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but I think it would be cool to be able to get access to it early. Probably some balanced decision that can be made based on having goblins, gnomes, kobolds, plus some level of innovativeness. Yeah, but why does it have to be tied to goblins, gnomes, and kobolds is the thing. Like, I think everybody should be able to get access to it. They start in the Noah stacks, but they spread over time, and it's quicker if the tags with them already like you. So it's like an institution. What if, hear me out, what if it's an institution? The institution doesn't necessarily give you anything. It can be like 1% Inno gain or something. But it's an institution that starts off in countries that start with artificer estates, and then you need to meet certain requirements for it to even spread to you. Kind of like a Mayo and Taxes institution. Right? Since it is a manufacturing... No. But I'm saying it's like a separate institution that doesn't increase tech costs or anything. You just get access to it if you have it. What other countries just dev push it? Yeah, I guess with dev pushing it doesn't really work, huh? I was thinking more in the idea of Mayo and Taxes where you have to meet the requirements to even spawn it in, but it doesn't really work in base game. Or Anbennar does it. So never mind. But what I was thinking is, like, they have it, and then if you have 50 Inno and high opinion with somebody that has it, then it can start to spread to your country slowly. But it wouldn't work. Artificer idea group. There is just adding more idea groups, but I know that in general that's not looked highly upon. Plus, then at that point you might as well just throw it on the Inno ideas. Then like a point system, Inno gives you something, integrated gnome, goblin, kobold, another, get enough points to unlock the artificers? Maybe. Any advice on how to win as Lauren Carr before your first leader dies? No, because I've never played as Lauren Carr. So I don't know. I've only played the Mercenary King one. Artificery, magic, and adventure idea groups. I mean, it would be kind of cool. Right? Like, I guess adventure would be, obviously they give like loyalty, right? loyalty to the connected estate. But then on top of that, it also, I don't know, give you like Merc Discipline, higher chance of removing Adventurers Wanted, maybe like Merc Manpower. And then the magic one, maybe there's an all-power cost, but I'd be really careful about adding that. But Mage Loyalty, maybe more study experience if you take it. And then Artificery would give you access to Artificery. Gives you more Artificery capacity, maybe. Probably some goods produced in there. Replace Mercenary with Adventure Ideas. I don't know if you need to replace it. To be honest with you. I don't think you need to replace it. I think you add it in. Still wish Darkscale got content? One day. Wouldn't Adventure Ideas overlap with Merc Ideas too much, though? No. Because, like, you get less Merc bonuses than if you took full Merc Ideas, but it could still give you some. I just don't know how you'd make it totally worth it, but I don't know. Idea stacking? I mean, that's how EU4 works. That's like the whole thing of EU4 is modifier stacking. That's like being like, too many things give missionary strength, too many policies. And it's like, well, yeah, but like, what do you want? But I do get what you're saying. I do. Hey, Polly, hope you're not catching you right at the end of stream this time. Ooh, bad news. Bad news. Shorter stream today because we finished the run. Right now, we're kind of doing a little bit more yapping about artificers and ideas. Modifier stacking turns me on. I can't help it. Nerdiest thing ever been said in the history of humanity right there. That's crazy. Maybe the adventure ideas allows you to access more adventure and merc companies and better leaders. That is a cool idea. You get specific new merc companies. I like that. Darkscale will get content one day. It won't be Searsarex. Oh no. No. Did Searsarex get abandoned? No. Shorter stream by start early tomorrow. That's crazy because I did not say that. I did not say that. You said that. Love to know how Anbennar EU5. Okay, well, number one, we don't even know if there's going to be an Anbennar EU5, technically speaking. Okay? Technically speaking, we don't know that. I hope so. I would hope so. Can open some card packs because short stream? No. Options for next playthrough? I'm not sure. Not sure. Technically, we don't know if there's going to be EU5. You know what, Retro? You're not wrong. Technically speaking, there is no EU5. We're just all out here mass hysteria, hallucinating together that there will be an EU5. There's no proof. There will be because I want it. Well, Mr. Moon, I'm glad you have that kind of pull with the Anbennar team. Didn't realize that it just came down to your opinion. Laurencar next playthrough. Let's see how you pull it off. Is it much different than the Mercenary King one? I feel like Laurencar starts off in such a strong position. Am I wrong? Is their starting position not actually as strong as it looks? You think Project Caesar is EU5? It's a bold prediction. Bold, brand new prediction. I don't think anybody's ever said that. I don't think anyone's even thought about that. There will be, unless EU5 completely shits the bed, which it could still do so. That's true. That's true. It could do that. I don't think it will. Mostly because I don't think they can afford it to. But we'll see. Anbennar should not waste time on EU5. EU5 won't be a good game until 10 to 20 years after release. And it's still a maybe. I don't know, man. I don't know. The Tinto talks are looking good. Okay? The Tinto talks are looking good. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that you should get hyped up, but it is looking, how do I put this kindly, okay? It is looking better than the Victoria 3 Dev Diaries, right? It's looking better than the CK3 Dev Diaries. They are talking about how there's content. Now, we don't know what they mean by content. And the content's going to be like one of the last things to be done, right? You got to get the mechanics down. You got to get the map down. You got to get all that stuff first, the baseline. And then they can expand on what they mean by content. But I do actually have pretty decent hopes, pretty high hopes for how EU5 will perform. Also on top of that, because Paradox as a company really needs it to succeed. Like they need a win very badly for their company. And so I think they're going to make sure that they have the resources in order to do that, to make sure that one of their mainline games does not flop. Which tag is the Merc King anyways? Oh, it's the... Hold on. I still have the game open. If I... TI and then... Timeline. It is... Roya Qatar. Roya Qatar. They start in Eastern Take End. They're like a salmon colored. I believe the VOD is on the VOD channel for that. So, and I did that. I conquered all of Take End in the starting leader's lifetime. So if that might give you some ideas of what to do with Lauren Carr. Basically, it's just kill everybody. Like literally, just kill them. Who cares about admin tech? Just eat them all and then catch up on admin tech. There won't be Anbennar U5 because the server will murder each other, arguing over whether to start in 1337 or 1444. That is tough. That is tough, considering all the work that has gone into developing 1444 lore for Anbennar, and then just leaving it all for EU5. I could understand why that would be a difficult argument to have. Gibbers on Bitbucket, we could gnome it up. We could gnome it up for the next run. Just retcon everything that happened earlier. I mean, I guess that works. That is a solution for sure. Be like, actually, it was all 1337 anyways. Let's CK3 do the 1300s. No, I actually think it's fine to start in the 1300s. I actually think it's good. Remember the couple run where you're like 17 admin techs behind? That was glorious. That, I think that was my favorite, one of the favorite runs I've done in EU4 ever. We just went for it, okay? We said no admin tech. We are just conquering everything. And then we died. But it did lead to the successful run eventually. How is script stuff like the Green Tide then? Well, that's why I think someone is saying just retcon it and be like, no, actually, this all happened in 1337 instead of 1444. But as for how would they do that, I don't know. I think another struggle that Anbennar EU5 would have is specifically with the reclamation of the Dwarvar. If you start in 1337, that doesn't happen for like 100 years, right? And the Green Tide, you know? So you start the game and you have Eskin that is, you know, it's different kingdoms, but it's fine. And you have the Dwarvar in which no one in the Dwarvar can do anything, right? The dwarves, like you're literally going to sit there as an OPM for a century. But I don't know. Something. A grand wizard did some time magic. It's magic. Why are we questioning it? It's just magic, okay? It's just magic. It changes everything. Get over it. Then what's the point of moving the start date? Also a fair question. I don't know. that is not a conversation that I think I have any say in, nor would I have really anything to add to it. I'm fine with whatever they choose. But it would definitely increase development time if they have to remake Anbennar in 1337 instead of just in 1444. Dwarves get the Native American experience of waiting a century. Yeah, and as we all know, everybody loves playing migratory Native American tribes in like North America in EU4. Great time. Very fun gameplay. And even then, you get to move around and expand. The dwarves would just be stuck there. Sitting in Kansas for 100 years sounds kind of neat, but you wouldn't really be developing, right? Like, they're still stagnant. That's the thing. Like, you're literally just sitting there doing nothing. You love playing Native American tribes? You are one of like 5 people. I respect that. I think you're crazy, but I respect that. People play vanilla EU4? Yeah, you're going to find this hard to believe, okay? More people play vanilla EU4 than Anbennar. Yep, it's true. It's true. I have not played one of the migrating tribes in the FLI, no, but we do have to do that eventually. Huge amount of development time just porting what they have over anyway, since I doubt we just drag and drop. Yeah, and like how missions are going to change. Like, Anbennar EU4 is going to be separate from Anbennar EU5, just like how EU4 is separate from EU5. I just don't know the transfer over of the lore, right? At least in the real world lore, we know what everything looked like in 1337 compared to 1444. And Anbennar, you're going to have to do everything over again. You're going to have to go through Canor, make sure Canor is set up correctly. And then you have to go through Bulwar, and you have to go through Esket, and you have to go through the Serpent Spine, and you have to go through Sarhal over and over and over. Just like how it worked with the EU4 Anbennar, you have to do that process over again with EU5 Anbennar. And that is a hell of a lot of work. You can always change the lore. Who says the dwarves really did just sit there and do nothing? I mean, that's true. That's true. Retcons they're free. Free retcons. The FLI tribes, they're still being quite heavily developed, so maybe wait till the formable. Okay, we will wait. We don't even have the new continent of Hellas populated yet. Yeah, but it's being worked on. Like, Insaya is being worked on right now. Like, they have stuff and things going on there. So, I mean, EU4 world is almost filled out. Which is kind of crazy to think about. It's kind of crazy to think about that the Anbennar world is almost filled out in EU4. After how many years of it being worked on, like the last big region is almost done. In before they add in another map. In before they add in a map above and a map below. They're like, no, actually, we're going to keep going. You did Insaya work? I've seen some stuff for it. It's looking good. Plus, actually, I don't know what I can say or can't say. I don't want to spoil anything for anyone. So I will say nothing. No spoilery dudes. They have a few migratory tribes, and you're the only loser who likes migratory tribe gameplay. I don't know. What about it specifically do you enjoy? Because I know that I usually don't enjoy that. I mean, in the Serpent Spine, it's fine, but that's because you're going to settle really soon. Stellaris, Anbennar Wind. You can go make the Anbennar nations in Stellaris. We've done Stellaris where we played as them. Remember? We did the cube run in Stellaris. For a little bit at least. I think we did, right? Yeah, no, we definitely did. And we did dwarves at one point too. I just get kind of bored with Stellaris after the beginning. That's the only thing. I like the start of it. I like the exploration. Once it's explored, I just kind of go, and I stop playing. You just think they're neat? Well, you know what? Fair enough. Can't argue with that. When's the cube state run? We do have to do that at some point. Green Tide and Lilac Wars, when you have like 4,000 troops, sounds like it could be interesting. Yeah? You sure about that? Do you remember what happened to all the nations in Esken? They died. That was it. They disappeared, except for Couch League and Marhold. Those are the only two dudes that didn't get wiped off the planet. Everybody else got wiped. There are multiple millions of orcs, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Just lock in. Yeah, okay. We made a Volter's Custom Empire in Endless Space 2. We could probably do some admin cost or other hegemonic human state. I've never played Endless 2. Or 1, for that matter. They changed military and E4 so it's not just 1K units. That'd be nice. They are. That's been talked about a little bit already. There's a whole Tinto talk on military. It's going to be very different from EU4, but not in the bad ways. Like, you still control the little troops on the map, but it's much smaller. There's no force limit. You can only, but there's no, like, force limit given to you by the game. There's just the force limit of what you can actually use in your country. EU5 has landless gameplay. Esken has adventuring. Go in to fight the Green Tide, aka play as Corin? Hold on. Hold on. That'd be something. That would be something. Could be interesting. You can also play as the Azra Bank, yeah. But remember, there's no Azra Bank. Well, I guess the Azra Bank wasn't Kugdir until Kugdir took the L and fell to the orcs. What happens in Anbennar if Corin doesn't die? Probably a better timeline. If I'm going to be honest with you, it's probably a lot less death overall. But on the other hand, slavery probably doesn't go away as early as it does in the timeline, since it's Coronite that really starts ending the slave trade in Kenor. So maybe not so great. If at all, well, I would like to believe that eventually slavery ends one way or another, right? At least on, like, mass colonization scale levels. Maybe Corin makes Coronite anyways. That'd be crazy. To be alive and be like, you should start worshipping me, actually. But what if orcs do win? I mean, orcs can win in 14 in regular Anbennar right now. Cube would 100% end slavery? Yeah, but there's no cube religion. Like, there's no cube religion without Coronite. There's just not. Because the only region, or the only reason that the cube becomes a religion is because of the religious league wars that happened in Kenor. The wars between the Regent Court and the Coronite make people so fed up with the both of them that they go, no, screw you. These guys are talking about, like, feeding me and not wanting to kill me and not fighting over some stupid religious disagreement. I'm going to worship these guys now. Plus, it allows me to not get rolled over by mage rulers. Green Tide wins? Isn't that just like a GG for Kenor? It is interesting, you know, how far would the Green Tide go? Would they continue to spread into, like, the outer reaches of the Empire? I don't know. You tell me the cube wouldn't force religion into existence? I mean, it does, right? It does force it into existence, but I don't know if it would catch on in the same way. Kenorians hear about how less we're the biggest empire is entirely atheist. They're like, what? Oh, you're telling me we didn't have to just kill each other all the time for no reason? That's crazy. Sorry, I mean, very good reasons of religious conflict. Very valid reasons for people who believe in pretty much the same thing to definitely kill each other on the scale of hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Yes. Very smart. Orcs reach Amicos, but what's this? Elves have landed on Amicos from the Yinnick Empire. Elves save Kenor again? No. We can't let them have that. Look, we cannot give the elves that kind of power, okay? If the elves saved humanity again, like, at that point, elves own all of humanity. It's like Bulwar New Sun Cult, but everywhere. And we couldn't even be mad about it. We couldn't. Because that'd be twice that they got bailed out. twice. First time from themselves and evil magic. Second time from orcs? No. Unacceptable. I, for one, welcome our new elf overlords. But remember, if the elves are overlords, you cannot marry an elf. You cannot sleep with an elf. You cannot touch an elf. All right? So if that's your goal, it's not going to work. All right? You get no magic. You get no elven maidens. You get nothing. You are a lower class. You are human. Basically animals. Never mind, I'm out. Yeah, see? You're not thinking it through. Okay? You got too horny, too fast. You got to lock in. You got to think about how it's going to work. And I don't want to be a human in Bulwar. Not a good time. Bungus can marry them. Just be Bungus. Bungus content win. Bungus content win. When are we going to get mushroom people? The mushroom people empire. What if... Here's my addition to the Anbennar canon, okay? The rune dwarves. The deep dwarves don't actually want to conquer the upper dwarves because they hate them. In reality, they are running away from the Bungus Empire. The mushroom people are taking over the deep Underdark and running away to prevent being conquered. What do we think? And Bungus is just the first spy in a long line of potential spies. Because once Bungus gets integrated into society, then they can start replacing people in society with other Bunguses. Think about it. Think about it. Bungus is trained in the art of seduction. That's true. And that's why Bungus is always sleeping with your wife. Okay? It's all part of the plan. It's not an accident. It's on purpose. They're here specifically to try and replace people. How do you know? How do you know that after Bungus sleeps with your wife, that your wife isn't mind controlled by the fungus? You don't. You don't know. You don't. Bungus is the Borg. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Vampires are kind of just like fungus if you think about it. How? How? Think 1337 will allow for a server spine full of tags. The new pop system will allow for new races. Fungus tags are totally possible. I'm now a firm believer in the 1337 start date for Anbennar. Give me a fungus tag, please. Make the starting ruler name Bungus. It doesn't even need content. I will play it. Okay? I will play it. The hags in the swamp are fungus too. Yeah, but they're not Bungus the fungus. Okay? Minotaur tags too. Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be cool to have some Minotaur tags. Yeah. Anbennar EU5 is going to slap, guys. Just saying. That makes EU5 worth it all on its own. The potential is crazy. You can still add in the 1444 start date? Yeah, I know. But I just thought it'd be funny if I said that. As you can tell, I'm pro 1337 start date. Yes, I can tell. You're in here throwing propaganda at me. And you know what? I'm all for it if I get what I want. I'm a simple man. You give me dark scale content, a Bungus tag, I'm in. I'll sign your petition, whatever it is. Still have a few harpies to give mission trees first. We have plenty of harpy content now. We got Bulwar harpies, both Western Bulwar and Eastern Bulwar. We got Sarhal harpies, Kheteratan harpies, and pirate harpies. You can do Shia content with Hales harpies. I mean, I guess there's the harpies up in Garudia. Dark Sailor Curse, sorry. I'll say that. There's still a chance, Copium. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. Look, there's only like one good detailed kobold mission tree, and it's gold scale, and it's a great mission tree. Like the mission trees for the colored kobolds and the Dragon Coast are old, right? They're old mission trees. Very, very old. Darkscale has nothing. And it's one of the most interesting tags in the Serpent Spine. They too felt like the curse claims all. It's a dragon's curse. What it is, they simply don't want you to get their horde. And so they go into the real world and they take you out with a sniper. Good old, yeah. So the people yearn for kobold content. For sure. One day, I believe, someone will break through. Someone will do it. I'm a believer. All right. Well, we've yapped, boys. We've yapped and yapped and yapped. But I have not eaten today. Not one single thing. So I should probably go get some food. Tap for 10 more. Yap for 10 more minutes. And then it's midnight? No, then it's 4 o'clock. Then it is 4 p.m. Skill issue? I mean, yeah, kind of. I'm not blaming anybody else for not eating. I'm just saying I didn't eat. What would Bob do? Bob would eat. And we know that's true. Bob would not hesitate. Bob would walk outside, kill the neighborhood cat, and eat it. I will not do that. Just so we're clear. No interest in eating my neighbor's cats. But I will go get food. What would Bungus do? I think describing what Bungus would do is against TOS. So, I don't think we're going to go there, okay? We're not that kind of stream. All right, I'm not going to start licking my microphone or anything. All right, that's Bungus time. What would Beastbane do? That is most certainly against TOS. Did I finish the Duwarkani stream? We did, yes. We did finish the Duwarkani mission tree. You only do that on your OnlyFans, right? Yeah, my OnlyFans, which is definitely very real and definitely exists. For sure. For sure. All right, everybody. Back tomorrow. We'll do something. Something. I don't know. Let me know in the Discord. ! Discord. What you want to see. You want to see Anbennar content? If so, what mission tree have you played that you enjoyed? Or what would you like to see that has content? If you want to play Mayo and Taxes, you got to let me know in the Discord. What do you want to see? If you want me to play a different game, you got to let me know in the Discord. That way I know what people want to see. Also, ! VODs to get to the VOD channel. The first two VODs of this run are already up. And then this one will be up tonight. So you can watch the whole thing if you have missed any of it. Also, past VODs. Also, I should probably go post in the new channel in the Anbennar Discord meant for like content creators to show their stuff. Because it's like, I play a lot of Anbennar. I should probably let people know that I exist, huh? What if they don't know? What if they miss all of our good yapping and all of our good Anbennar gameplay? That's on me for not telling them. Do you know where to find your glory for the hero cults? No. I don't remember much about the Mercenary King run. Except for I was pissed how it ended. That's all I remember. I remember what happened, I remember why it happened, and I remember being upset about it. But that was a good mission tree. I like that one. Upload the VOD from when your SSD died? Why, though? Why? Like, we didn't do anything with it. You know? Like, it'd be weird to upload a VOD where everything was going well and be like, oh, actually, just kidding. I mean, I guess I can. I don't know. I just got to download it. Do I even have access to it anymore? I don't know if I have access to it anymore. I do. I do still have access to it. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I'm in such an unknown streamer in the Anbennar. You don't know. It's very possible. It's very possible that people who play a lot of Anbennar don't know who I am. So we should ruin that for them and tell them who I am. They should know. They should be cursed with this knowledge. You know me only as a Bob fan? Yeah, huge Bob fan. Huge Bob fan. We love Bob here. For sure. Glad you liked it. Mother Nearcat will weep for you next time you throw. Well, that'll probably be tomorrow, knowing how I work. Alrighty. That's going to be it for today, guys. Thank you all for watching. Appreciate it. It's because you appear offline in the Discord. I appear offline in the Discord. I appear offline in Steam. I don't want people to bother me ever. And then I wonder why nobody ever messages me about anything. It's like, oh yeah. It's because I make myself so unapproachable. And it's going to stay that way. Because when I'm gaming, I don't want to get notifications. Easy. All right. I shall see you all tomorrow. Adios.